And there we go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. It is July the 3rd of 2023, the eve of the 4th of July for the United States. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And it's been a ducky day here. It's raining again. Or still. It's been a wet one, and I'm very fortunate I didn't have to go many places today. So what I did, just zipped out one little trip and all done, and it was good. I liked it. It was a lazy day for me. Did some laundry, had a nap, and feeling all right, I guess. Thank you for the welcomes from John and Hermione and Fluffy and Henry. Here you do, Doc. Oh, here you do, Doc. You're confusing me there, Mr. Henry. Anyway, thanks also to King and Colin, as well as One Fish and Sue and Kevin Haynes and anyone else. I sent the train to Tom and Henry's. Uh-oh, you sent the trains to Tom and Henry's? Uh-oh, and they're speedy trains, obviously. Louise Clark is here as well, saying hi to everyone. Welcome. What is Katla up to? That's a good question. We're going to probably delve into that a little bit in a few minutes. And wow, some strange names in here. Don, what is it? Blodal, Hoff, and more. Greetings to all. Okay, odd name. Didn't see that one before, but welcome anyway. And welcome to everyone. First off, we'll get at things and say who the heck was in first today. Oh, I think it was Tom. Tom gets the cookies. And Pepper isn't there. Pepper is snoozing. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should leave a bone for Pepper anyway, just in case Pepper wakes up and wonders what happened to the bone and the extra little meaty one. So Tom and Pepper, there you go. You get served. Awesome. And let's see. Hello to our moderators. First off, I guess it would be good as we'll start with saying hi to Arizona Snowman, as well as Piggy and CND Boy. And of course, we've got Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles around as well, and a few others. You never know who shows up. But you never know who's all in the background, which is all good. And what the heck is everyone? Yeah, I've been being pestered by quackers all day long. Quackers doesn't like rain, apparently. Said it's too rainy for quackers. Anyway, yeah, that's our imaginary duck, or virtual duck, as it was called yesterday. Anyway, obviously you guys seen the wonderful secret volcano today. I know it looks like another one, and it's going to be a little bit on the confusing side. And I was hoping to make sure it was confusing today. So it'll be interesting. And let's see, we'll get at saying hello to everyone in here in a second or two. I want to talk about some things that are happening, or not really happening. Well, one of the things that we noticed is Iceland is way down in the amount of earthquakes they've had. They've dropped down to 89 from what we previously had up in there in the 200 marks or thereabouts. So that seems to be calming down again. We'll get into the logistics of that in a few minutes. Some big quakes around the planet. Actually, really not that huge, but some quakes in some odd areas, I think, is more what we gotta talk about. Like a 4.6 in southern Alaska that came in at 8:47 today. That is just a little ways south of Eagle Point, Alaska, I think is what they called it, and that is a fair-sized quake, so we wanted to make a note of that one. And of course, we've seen another quake out there, 4.0 off the coast of California by Petrolia, which is that same Ferndale and Eureka area. They also had another little quake there, a little closer to shore, and we'll get into that when we talk about the earthquake map and what my thought pattern is there. Something is not good. And then we also have a 3.0 near Stanton, Texas, which is a really odd place. And let's see, the rest are pretty normal in size. A couple up in Vanuatu, 5.7 for the biggest one there, and a couple in Papua New Guinea, 5.4 was the biggest one there. So nothing too crazy earthquake-wise, but just odd locations. Another one kind of in between Svalbard and Jan Mayen up there on the Greenland Sea area, if you want to call it that, a 4.4. So something is moving or taking the tension off Iceland, maybe. We'll see what we find out there. And there was also a 5.4 in Azerbaijan, and that's a sizable quake, Caspian Sea area. So I wanted to throw that in. And I did mention that we'd likely see some more pressure coming upward towards Turkey, but that's Azerbaijan is over a little too far to the east to really be affected by the movement of the Arabian microplate. So, interesting stuff anyway. Thought I'd throw that out there first, and we'll talk about volcanoes and things right away. So let's get at saying hello to everyone. We'll start out by saying hi to Hermione and Fluffy and Sue and DJ Puff the Third, Kevin Haynes and John Raper, and let's see, who else we got? Debbie Brady. Everyone on board here. Welcome, you guys. Henry Nelson is here. We got Kevin. We got King Colin. Yep, and Tom Dice and Pepper Sleeping. Dan is here. Of course, welcome Dan. I know Gaines is here as well. I've seen her. And going up the list a little bit more, seeing who else we may have in here. Let's see, this Don Blodal. I hope I said it right. Hoff and more. Okay, welcome. And then, of course, Louise Clark is back. Welcome. Good to see you. One Fish 26 in as well. And who else we got? Linda Schoof. Welcome, Linda. What did you say? Are you doing gardening? No, she's in the Lurkers Lounge today. Relaxing. Nancy Buchanan also here. Welcome, Nancy. And still scrolling up here looking for more wonderful names. Kevin Haynes, I think we got. Brian Perfectability 999 said hi to you earlier there. Connie Tyree also on board. And who else we got? Just scrolling up to see if I spot any others. And so far, no luck. Everybody has been mentioned. Oh, Amelia. Sixth Sense Amelia, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And still scrolling up here looking for others that I may have missed. And if I did miss your name, it certainly isn't intentional. Philomena is here as well. I'm very close to the top of the list. Welcome, Philomena. And I think I've got everyone else. So if I did not say your name, don't be offended. Oh, Mona Alfano is here. Welcome, Mona. And Kathy also made it in. Aloha, Kathy. And may the 4th be with you. May the 4th, it's June the 4th tomorrow, but that's okay. We'll let it slip there. Anyway, yep, awesome stuff, guys. So, yeah, as far as new volcanic activity, I don't really see anything that's really outstanding today, but we'll take a look around. First place, actually, and we want to take a look. I'm going to go pause my canned lava here, and we'll actually turn that off. Get rid of the banners. No, how about that one? Get rid of that, and the little one. Looking at what we see there at Halemaumau crater in Hawaii. Nothing really dangerous or weird or new. Still seeing a little bit of that collapsed material there on the southwest cone, and still see quite a bit of a depression in the southwest lava area there, or lava pond if you want to call it that. Really, I didn't see anything more anywhere else. Pardon me. Looks like a lot of that smoke or steam we were seeing along the edges today is no longer present. We are still seeing the regular stuff though down here, maybe a little bit back in here, but not like what we seen yesterday with that very heavy steam coming out of the hills, and everything else looks pretty quiet. I didn't see the nighttime shot of this hot spot, but I'm sure it's still glowing, and the other ones look like they're possibly cooling down a bit. Let's take a look at the still shots. This one, of course, from a slightly different angle, and you can see the southeast lava pond, central crater, Pig Island in here, the west lava pond as deformed as it is, and then that smoker or the hot spot right there, and the other one right in there. And again, looking at the around the hills there, we don't see a heck of a lot. Louise Clark, thank you for all you do. Thank you very kindly, Louise, and that is an awesome super chat, and I really do appreciate that. And we'll write that down. Louise Clark, there we go. And I really do appreciate that. Thank you very kindly for supporting the channel. That's awesome. All right, got it written down, and yeah, looking at what we've got, so pretty straightforward. Like I say, not anywhere near as much steam coming off of the hills here. We do still see a little bit in this shot, and you know, if we go to a newer shot, I'm sure we'll see even less. Just a little bit there. So nothing really major around the edges. Let's look at the B1 camera real quick. Not seeing too much, a little bit of a cloud over in the back here, so we can't see Mauna Loa so well, but hey, that's all okay. And of course, the smoke in the areas there, a little bit of steam on the edge, and yeah, we can barely see anything coming off of there on the side. So caldera cooling down a little bit. Interesting. Quick peek at the thermal image. And of course, there you can see the southeast lava pond, central crater area over there, the west lava pond, and then in here is where that hot spot is. It really doesn't look all that hot for what's going on. I think it's cooling off just like everything else. Even this crack area down on the bottom here seems to be a little less today. Maybe it's just me, but this guy's still fairly bright, and we'll probably see that for a little while yet, week or so, until it starts to disappear completely, if nothing happens underneath, right? If it's just cooling. So We'll see what happens in the future. Of course, volcanoes are unpredictable, so we got to watch what they do. Anyway, let's make that one smaller. We're going to go over to the next location, and that will be Iceland. And I'm trying to get there. There we are. And got it fixed up. Looks not bad. Looks like the sunset is happening. A little bit of high cloud up top. You can see that. Looks a little weirdish. Kind of almost looks like, I don't know, a dish or something up there. Anyway, looking cool. So, pretty awesome. That is, of course, the capital city of Reykjavik. We are getting this shot from the Perlin Center. And that's what you see there. So not a bad scene. Let's back that up about 10 hours, see what they had about 10 hours ago. Not a bad sunny and bright day in Iceland. That, of course, from about 11 minutes after 1 p.m. There for them. So looking not bad. Let's put that back on live, and we'll make it smaller. We'll go to the next shot and make that one slightly bigger. And of course, that is the regional airport. This is also from the Perlin Center, and we do see some of that sunset glow over there. We can still see Keilir off in the distance, so some decent visibility, and that is all cool. Let's back that up a little bit and get to where is it? Right around here. 10 hours ago, and still kind of a pretty good visibility as well. I keep seeing hearts coming up. Somebody liking this? Huh, awesome. And yep, that is pretty cool to see. Nice day there. Let's leave that be. Gonna put that back on. Actually, I'm curious if that sunset, well, the sun is, I think it's set too far over to get a sunset, but they've got really, really long sunsets. That's part of the thing there. And oh, I see the sun now there. And this is about 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. You see how high it was still there, and it slowly dove down. So pretty cool. And they're going crazy with those things. I have no idea. I have a rising hearts too. It's annoying. I have no idea how those things get on there. Anyway, let's make this one smaller. Let's go to the next shot. And of course, this is from the Reykjanes Peninsula, down by the lighthouse. Of course, this is that crossroad. Then you see the road going up to the steam geyser there. And the other one headed out southwest here towards the lighthouse and beyond. Looking at what we can see, we do see some houses and stuff out there in Grindavik off in the distance, and we can see a little bit of a rise there. That is our wonderful Ragnar, and hard to discern, but it is there. That's the Blue Lagoon out in that area. This, of course, is the other geothermal power plant that's there. Let's back that up about, what is it, 10 hours. We'll do that and see how bright and sunny it was, and we'll go from there. And yep, not a bad day, and that's what it was looking like earlier. And you can definitely see Grindavik and of course Ragnar, and there's the steam coming from the Blue Lagoon area over there, and of course the power plant here. Not quite as much output from the geyser, so hopefully everything is still running well over here. And let's put that one back on live, and we can get over to our wonderful sunset. And this is worth a snapshot, and I'm actually going to do that. That, of course, is a Katla, and Katla is not steaming, it's not smoking or anything like that. We wish it was, but unfortunately it isn't. It's just got a beautiful sunset right now. If we back that up, we might get a slightly different look at it, and maybe even a little bit of a sun glow if we go back further. And let's see, no, I guess the clouds were in the wrong place. But if we go back a little bit further, we should be able to see a clear view of the volcano. Well, at least the ice mounds, not the volcano so much. Let's go back to that 10-hour mark. They didn't have too bad of a day there either, but they did have some low cloud in there, and it gives you a pretty good idea of what was going on. But like the evening part there where we could see the volcano, and it was fairly clear, and that is about well, not quite 4 hours ago. So pretty awesome to see that, and we will leave that guy there. Well, actually we'll put it on live, and we'll go to the other shot and see if that looks any different. And that is kind of a nice sunset view as well, slightly different angle, and you can definitely see Katla as the whole and nothing coming out of it. So that is the way it is there right now. We'll leave that be. Gonna put it back on the other one here. I want to make that one smaller. There we go, and we'll get it back over to this one. And we'll get over to the harmonic tremor charts, or rumble chart, if you will. And we'll take a look and see what we've got happening there. I got to refresh that so we get it up to a date. And there we go. Yeah, and I was peeked at it earlier today, but I didn't see anything really strange happening. And of course, really isn't anything. We do see a little bit of an increase in seismicity, then a slow decline with a little rebound, and then kind of a decline again. And it looks like it's started a little higher than where it ended today, but still on the lines. So nothing really major going on with that. We do see the seismicity had almost the same until it got to the end here. Seismicity did pick up a little bit, and just right before midnight, of course, from yesterday there, we've seen a couple of quakes in there, but just small stuff in the area, so nothing really wild as far as I can see in the Eruption area. Let's go up to look at the Krusevik, not Krusevik, Askja chart. Whoop, I went right past it. Where's Askja? It's in here. There it is. So Askja, on the other hand, was building a bit and dropped off from what we see as far as our magmatic line. And seismicity dropped a bit and came up and dropped back down. Looks like it might be trying to rebuild. We'll see what happens. And of course, our tectonic took a dip and tried to push back up and dipped again. So we'll see what we've got in that area. Some small quakes perhaps close by, and we'll have a peek at those. Oh, my card came in the mail, just a hot dog. What? Have to update lots of accounts. Uh-oh. Oh, everybody wants updates all the time. Update everything. Good luck with the updates there, Mona. And next one we want to look at is Grimsey. And Grimsey, actually nothing crazy going on there. Click up one, there we go. And we see it and drop a bit. It came up and back to about where it started today. So really nothing crazy going on there, and it seems to have followed a suit almost there with our seismicity as well. And then looking at the tectonic movement, very little. I'm surprised, and we also don't see any spikes in here. So telling us that region is fairly quiet at Grimsey. So Grimsey, of course, the northernmost point of inhabitability there in Iceland, well, at least on the island. Anyway, I'm getting a look at Grimsey, Grindavik. Grindavik is to the southwest of Eruption, and we see a fairly similar pattern there, slightly different as far as The depth, I think, well, did go up about that same amount and ended up in about the same place. So maybe I shouldn't say that, but about there. And a little harder to tell what our seismicity was doing. Obviously, it went up and did a drop and came back up. And then we see our tectonic. We had some spikes in here, but we also had that same noise again. Notice we didn't have it yesterday. Yesterday was Sunday. Today is Monday. Something is definitely a construction issue with getting more signals in there for some reason. But we all are also seeing some spikes, so larger quakes or something happening in that area. Let's take a look at Kristevik, and that'll be to the northeast of our wonderful Erupción, and we'll have a look there and see if the spikes are just as big. Okay, looking here, looks like the magmatic came down a little rougher than what we've seen at Erupción, and a little bit more up and down activity there as far as our seismicity, and a fairly weak looking tectonic movement. Don't know if all of a sudden the pressure is off or something like that. That's a possibility, and because of that, a quake further up north. And Piggy is here. Welcome, Piggy, and good to see you. And thanks for popping in. And always nice to have a Piggy on board. And of course, a Piggy needs some crayons. There's a Piggy. There's some crayons for you. All right, that is our seismicity and our magmatic movement. Basically, the rumble chart is showing us, we do have action there, but nothing crazy going on. And I thought it would have ramped up a little bit. I was surprised to see things did actually kind of slow down today. And I thought maybe, we're going to get an eruption somewhere, but no. Mind you, that could be the calm before the storm as well. So bear that in mind. And we always hope and keep our fingers crossed. And everyone always, saying, hey, Askia is going to pop, and then, of course, Katla is going to pop, but we don't see it. So let's get over to the earthquake. So we'll take a look and see what we've got. So on the earthquake map, we've got 87 in the past 24 hours. And we'll run through some of these already and get at them. We see a 2.4 way out here, 2.04 I should say, 1.8 kilometers down at 5:07 a.m. And that's quite a distance out. And then the next ones we see are very close to the Reykjanes Peninsula. A matter of fact, there's the lighthouse right there, the camera location close to there. And of course there's that road, the road to the geyser, and the little chunk that we see is from about here to here as the camera cuts across it, right? So, but let's take a look at these two quakes. One is a 1.3, 5.3 kilometers down, not 10 a.m. That's a 1 a.m. Darn it. And this one is at 1:05 a.m. It's a 0.37. 4.2 kilometers down for that one. And looking over here, we got 0.4, 2.3 clicks down, 8:44 this morning. And getting a little closer to Grindavik and near the radio towers, we got a 0.97, 135 meters down, close to the surface, from 12:46 is the time on that. We'll get to these in a second, and those are close to the Blue Lagoon. We'll grab these three here. This one is a 0.12, 6.5 kilometers down, 5:01 this morning. 4:45 we had a 0.24 and 7 kilometers down. And at 4:44 a.m. a 0.2, 6.6 kilometers down there. Now let's get into this kind of, I guess, a mess, and a swarm. 1.16, 6.5 kilometers down. 456 this morning for that one. This one is 5 kilometers down, 0.73, 452. And this one is from 5:11 a.m. 0.16, 536 meters down. 5:07 a.m. 0.93, 3.3 clicks down for him. 0.14, 2.7 clicks down, 4:50 in the morning. 5:24 a.m. 0.63, 3.3 kilometers down. 0.59 from 3 kilometers down, 4:57. And then we have this one here. What is it? Break time? Break time? Oh no. We'll have to do that. Thank you, Piggy. And thank you for renewing your membership. 5:18 a.m. 0.97, 3.9 kilometers down. We're going to finish this batch and then we'll take a quick break. Not going to go through all of them though. 1.44, 4.4 kilometers down, 8:02. And we got this one right on the road, a 0.55, 2.7 kilometers down. And that came in at 8:35. Grandma B throws in a $5 super chat. Thank you very kindly, Grandma B. Grandma B. Gotta write that down. $5 there. Appreciate that wonderful super chat, Grandma B. And anyway, looking at this area, just grab a couple more here. 1.8 meters or 1.8 kilometers for this 0.02. The other one here, 0.566 or 566 meters down. So some of these are very shallow, and that is interesting to see. So are we going to get an intrusion in that area, or are we just seeing shallow quakes? We don't know. We'll come back after the break and we'll catch everything on the west or eastern side of Highway 43. And as you may notice, there are a bunch in the Fragerdahlfjall area, and we'll have a look at those. So stick around. We will be back with more of those wonderful earthquakes after the break. Going to get you back onto that wonderful canned lava. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Did you like the moon? Yeah, let's show that real quick. There is the supermoon, and that can only be found in Greece. Greece has that moon, and I don't know how a flat earther would describe a moon, but that one is in Greece right now. Anyway, that looks pretty cool, Piggy, and thank you for sharing that wonderful shot with us. So that is the supermoon coming up, and that is from Greece, from the island of Kos. Thanks, and we'll leave that be. All right, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. And welcome Yvonne Kunkel, good to see you. And for those good people who haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Lots more to come. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, Nancy and Sue and Diane and John and Yvonne and Sue and Henry. And, oh, I got Sue twice. And Piggy, of course, saying welcome back, Dad, with the 5 degrees. Yeah, unfortunately, it hasn't warmed up by much, Piggy. I think I need to borrow another 5. And thank you from OneFish26 as well as I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart, and that's okay. And thanks DJ Puff as well. I did send it. I know you did. I got it in the email, Piggy, not a worry. Grandma B says I'll send you a 20, Dr. Fox. Okay, that's a Fahrenheit, and that'll be like about 12 degrees Celsius. That'll work. I will be happy with that. It's only about 12 here. That'd make it a good 24 degrees. That'd be comfortable. It's actually kind of cool outside for this time of year, you know, with the rain showers and stuff. But hey, we're supposed to rebound tomorrow. Anyway, we were kind of looking at what's going on. People were wondering about Stromboli. I'm going to pause this. We're going to go back over there for a second. And of course, the bright glow here, that is the moon. What I was watching for, though, is you see the occasional flash in here of more red color. And of course, that is off-gassing. SO2 will go red. But also, if we have lava coming up, it's certainly going to show slightly a different reddish color as well. So that's what we've got going on, and you can obviously see that pluming going up and to the left. If there is activity, we really haven't seen too much of it as of yet. The thing I wanted to point out on the thermal cam, we're not seeing it. So at least not on that one. And the other thermal is working, but we're not seeing it on there either. Let's see if we can get that on. There we go. And we're not seeing a heck of a lot there. So right now, not much lava coming out of there. Just basically looking at the amounts of smoke. So if there is anything, we know it does pop in and out on occasion. And hopefully we will see some eruptions coming from there. It's from INGV stream. That is what we're watching right here. And that is the INGV stream. So that is what we've got. And these thermals are on that same page. And if anyone doesn't have that page, here's the link for it. You guys can indulge yourselves and keep an eye on it. So there we go. Anyway, that is all cool. And that, of course, is Stromboli. And let's get back over to the Icelandic earthquake. So that's what we were looking at. And let's see, where are we? Where are we? We got everything to the west of the Highway 43. Let's take a look what we got. First off, a couple out here to the east of the highway, not too far away from the Blue Lagoon and the power plant as well. This one happened at 11:36 this morning, and it's a 0.24, 5.2 kilometers down. The other one is a 0.45 from 5.8 kilometers down. 9:14 was the time. Just to zoom out a little bit, there you can see the outline of Fræðidalsfjalls area, and that does go into the water a bit, but that is kind of the outline. We are seeing some more quakes in the area, so let's grab some of them. We'll start up here near the sensor, and that is a 0.54 and 9.5 kilometers down. 1:04 a.m. for him up on Storihruger, and we see this one from 4:17 a.m. a 0.5, 6.6 kilometers down. Going a little further south, we see a 0.38, and that was 3.7 kilometers down from 3:13 in the morning. This one out in the water, 0.37, 5.2 clicks down, 13 minutes after midnight. The zero here is 3.5 kilometers down, 4 minutes after midnight. And then we've got a few sitting here, nothing really too crazy. Near the parking lot, we've got a 0.91. 3 is the depth, so 3 kilometers down, 1:09 a.m. for him. The other ones here is from 15 minutes after midnight at 0.09, 1.4 kilometers down. This one is 1.13 a.m. 0.07 and 475 meters down, very shallow. This one is from 39 minutes after midnight, 0.28, 2.5 kilometers down. And the newest one out of the batch is this one, 0.49, and that's 181 meters down. Are we seeing some magma rising? Good question, right? 21:49 is the time on that, 0.49. And we got these other ones already, so we can leave that be. Let's move a little further east. I hope we are seeing some magma intruding here. And remember, we were seeing these quakes, the swarming out here before, and then we've seen a bunch. We've seen a bunch up here originally, then it swarmed out here a little bit more, then it swarmed back off the coast again, and then of course now we're seeing it swarming in this area, and we did see more here as well. So is it possible that it's underladen the whole area with magma and a very large chamber and waiting to come up, or what's going on, right? Let's go over here and take a look at this mess. That's calmed down since yesterday. We did have quite a few quakes showing up there yesterday, so this is a 0.6, 3.8 kilometers down from 1601, and this one is from 1540, a 0.7, 3.3 kilometers down, a 0.93, 3 kilometers down, 1144. This one is 2.6 kilometers down, a 0.6 from 8:29 a.m., a 0.4, 7 kilometers down from 1410, and we got a 0.28, 6.7 kilometers down from 1142, a 5.2 kilometers down from 14 minutes after 1 a.m., 0.4, 7 kilometers down, 1410, 0.6, 2.6 kilometers down, 8:29 this morning, another 2.9 clicks down, and 10 minutes after noon. And this one is from 1413, a 0.4, 6.2 kilometers down, a 0.3, 5.9 kilometers down from 1403, another 0 from 1142, 4.5 kilometers down, 1.7 from 5:04 a.m. A 0.17, not 1.7, and that is 2.9 kilometers down, a 0.1 and 4.6 kilometers down from 4 minutes after 2 p.m. or 14:02, and a 0.1 from 1.9 kilometers down, and that is from 6:54 a.m. We got the other one already. Moving on a little bit more. What? They won't let you guess? What? I'm talking to the cats too. They won't listen. Yeah, cats don't listen. What gave you that idea? Moving on down a little bit more. 0.32, 7.8 kilometers down, 3:27 this morning. From 1900, we had a 0.2, 4.9 kilometers down. Then we got a couple stacked here, a 0.47, 1.6 kilometers down from 1005, and from 2224 we had a 0.8, very new, and that is a 1.6 1.6 kilometers down for him. Getting over here, looking at a 0.2, gets a little closer to Hecla. 7.9 clicks down, 2148, and we see this one, a 1.6, 5 kilometers down from 1702, and that's well within Eyjafjallajökull's area. The one just on the outside of it, a 1 in magnitude, 5.1 kilometers down, 1257 for him. And for what was so busy at Katla yesterday is not very busy today, only 3 quakes. And we've got a 0.7, 13 kilometers down, very deep. 1308 is the time on that. Then we had this one, it's a 2.29, 135 meters down, and that is from 1119. And the other one is 135 meters down, 2.32 from 2305. I would think those two are ice movement. The other one is some rumble deep underneath. Of course, Katla is kind of at the turning point, or at the corner, if you will, of where the plates meet and shift direction slightly. So that's what I attribute that to. I don't know if it's going to pop. It certainly would be nice, but not going to hold my breath. Anyway, 1.2, 10 kilometers down, 1841 for that guy. Then this one is kind of in the Grimsvatn area, but in between the two, really. This one is 2.5 kilometers down, 145. They are hot dogs for everyone. Yummy Icelandic hot dogs. I want one. Thank you, Yvonne. A 0.5, 10.4 kilometers down from 8:40 a.m. And then looking at Askja, we have underneath the lake a 2.46, and that is 3.2 kilometers down from 2300. Then a 0.3, 4.5 kilometers down, 1431. A 0.1, 5.2 clicks down from 1347. And from 2:38 a.m. a 0.56, 3.5 kilometers down. So nothing really imminent there at Askja. Herdebreit only had a 1 quake, and that was a 0.81, and that is 4.9 kilometers down, 5:13 a.m. for him. Let's zoom out and zoom looking for others. There we go. We've got a 1.1, 4.8 kilometers down from 1346, 0.47, 11.2 kilometers down from 2:08 a.m. And then we've got these two a little closer to Grimsey there. That's the island of Grimsey, northernmost point. And of course, when we zoom in on it, you can see their airport, their harbor, and some houses and buildings there. So pretty cool. And let's grab that one. 1.12, 11.4 kilometers down, 2:46 this morning. And the other one is a 1.5, 8 kilometers down from 1935. Those are our earthquakes for today there in Iceland. So very interesting. Thank you, Piggy, for the 5-minute warning. He wouldn't give me the bones. Doc sent me very mean after all I do for him. A wonky. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pepper, you might have to bite him in the ankle. You might have to bite him in the ankle to get those bones. I don't know what else you can do. But you can give it a whirl. See what happens. Anyway, let's take a look at the Azores real quick while we have time. I don't think there's quite as much happening there. While we're chatting here, I'm going to refresh the screen over there and see if we had, all of a sudden we've got 5 quakes there in the Azores. All right, we'll have a look at the Azores and see if, what happened there? I tried to get away from that, and that commercial showed up. It got me. Darn it, I hit the X. It's a trick. And when you hit the X, you go to the commercial. Anyway, let's get over there, and we need to make that map a little bigger. And that, of course, is the Azores. And what we're seeing is there we've got one from 21 hours ago, a 2.2 If we go look at the other map, that'll zoom in a little bit more on St. George, a wonderful island where everybody thought it was going to pop, and there it is. There, it's a 2.1, and it shows it as from 2:36 a.m. For that one. Doesn't say how deep it is on this one, but that's okay. We'll go to the other map. We'll look at that, and we'll see 6.9 kilometers down, and 2:36 a.m. GMT or UTC for that 2.2. The other stuff here is 4 more, and there's a Fayal Island. Of course, that's a Pico Island, a Fayal Island, and 8 hours ago we had a 2.0. 9.9 clicks down, 15:32 was the time on that one. This one is a 2.06 kilometers down from 15:21. Next one is 14 hours ago, or 2.2, 8.8 kilometers down from 9:49. And 9 hours ago we had a 2.0 surface quake from 14:45. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what's happening there. Let's zoom out a little bit so we get a better idea of where the Azores are. And actually, there they are in the middle of the Atlantic. This is the Canary Islands over here, Portugal, Spain, France, and of course England, Wales, and Scotland up there, and Ireland over here. And then we've got Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, and a Sioux waving at us, saying, hey, hey, get me another barbecue. I like those. Anyway, all good. And that should be all right. And then up here we do see our wonderful Iceland and Greenland, and of course the Reykjanes Ridge and Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Going all the way down there. There, see, I can see Sue waving from there. And there she is. And then, of course, the East Azores Ridge over here going in towards the Strait of Gibraltar, and then kind of curving around it a little bit. And that is pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave it there. I'm going to put it back on this one. This is, of course, what it looks like there from St. George. And you can see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance. St. George, also pronounced São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. And of course, there's the harbor, one of them anyway. There's multiple harbors there on the island, and that is all cool. It is a break time. I'm going to put it back on the canned lava for you. And of course, this is the second break, so after the break, we will definitely have bacon seeds. And then we will have the mystery volcano. And Louise Clark says, off to bed now, oink. Okay, good night, Louise. All the best to you, and thanks for your wonderful super chat. I appreciate you popping in, and you're always welcome. And let's get some music on. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And I see Lambda Phi has popped in. Welcome and good to see you. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Henry. And let's see, who else? No, nobody else. Okay, that's all good. I guess other people are busy. Pepper is still in here. Henry and Nelson, that's a must. Taste good. Thank you, Wonky Donkey. I only get to have a wet duck in my mouth, and I have to give it up. I give a time to prepare it. Oh boy. That is a shame there, Pepper. You should be able to enjoy a really nice, good roast or honey duck taste there for a meal. I think that'd be awesome. Anyway, that's all good. Let's get over to our wonderful bacon seeds, you guys. And thank you, Kevin Haynes, for the welcome back there as well. Bacon seed time. And of course, we know these were the last two from yesterday. And of course, Piggy sent us a whole bunch of new ones. So we will see what Piggy sent. There's Piggy sending them. And let's start out with this one. I think this was to tease Wonky Donkey. I think they're out there. This is a ploy to tease the Wonky Donkey. A Wonky Donkey, they're taking your carrot away. What are you going to do about it? Swim after them? Duck nuggets for breakfast, a pineapple duck. So many tasty ways ways to prepare a duck. Yeah, there are. And Wonky Donkey, your carrot is leaving. Anyway, let's see what's going on. More hogwash things. This one, look at these guys. They're enjoying getting wet. And that is awesome. The hogwash days are here. They're trying to keep cool, I guess, in the hotter climates of the day, or summertime. Anyway, next wonderful picture. He's going for the pool too. Definitely looks like it's a hogwash time for him, and it's a voluntary hogwash. He's going there because he's got dirt all over his face. And let's get to the next one. And we'll get to that. I don't know if that's a voluntary, but he looks like he's not running away. So obviously a pretty good shot. And yep, that is definitely a wet piggy. Gotta like it. And next bacon seed is this one. Seeds. There's 3 of them, and they too are having a shower on a hot day. Really awesome to have that. And they look like they're enjoying themselves. Very, very nice. And the next one is this one. Another one in the hogwash, and getting some water poured over top of his head, and doesn't seem to mind it. That is pretty cool. And let's get to the next one, see what that one is. And this one is definitely in the hogwash. He's getting all clean. Looks pretty clean already, but looks like he might be enjoying it. He's got a smile on his face, and that's always a good sign. And next bacon seed is this one, and looks like somebody's enjoying a swim in the hogwash. That is pretty cool. And let's see what else we got here. And this one, a second last one. Looks like this guy's also in the hogwash, enjoying a little bit of a bath time. That is always awesome. And we get to our last bacon seed for today, and that is this one. And of course, that's another hogwash. Bath time with a Sim Sim. Well, Sim Sim is having a good time and sticking his tongue out just to tease you. He's having a good bath. Sim Sim, you're a good pig. You're clean. We like clean pigs. And that is all awesome. Thank you very kindly, Piggy, for sending those wonderful bacon seeds in to us today, as usual. And we really do appreciate that. A little bit of fun there. And especially this last one. I like that. That's cute. Thank you very kindly, Piggy. Let's get back over here for a second. I'm going to actually pause that lava. And let's take a look at our secret volcano. And there it is. And I know people are going to be a little confused with this one. So let's see what comes out of it. I guess your favorite volcano. And tell me what this one is. And I know a lot of people are going to make the same mistake. Oh, let's go for it. Nope, it's not Mayon. Sorry. Definitely not Mayon. Nope. Not tall enough for Mayon. But nice try. And they're all racking their brains, and I knew somebody was going to say that, Kevin, and that is not it. It's not Krakatoa or Krakatau. And sorry, I knew that was going to come up because it does look similar. And I had to double check and triple check that photo to make sure I had it right. And we definitely know it is not Krakatau. And it is not Sakurajima. Piggy, you get yourself some sleep and be good, hun, and get some good night's rest. Hopefully you'll hear something from the stuff there for tomorrow, and go from there. Anyway, yeah, good night, Kevin. If you're going, or yeah, I think you said you were too. I'm not sure. Piggy says trotters crossed. Okay, awesome. And welcome, Gren Zed, and anyone else guessing at this volcano, because so far we've only had a couple, and they are not the right ones. It's not Sakurajima. It's, oh, you want hints? Huh. Okay, we'll give you the usual one. It's within the ring of fire. No, it's not Hunga Tunga. There, Henry. It's within the ring of fire is the first hint, and I have to verify which hemisphere it's in, just to make sure that I don't mess up, because my God, I'll never hear the end of it. Oh. Let's see, where is it? Things that make you go, Well, I'm going to make sure that I have it in the right place. Yes, I have it in the right place. No, it's not Klyushevskoy. It's not Anik Krakatau or Krakatoa. It's definitely not. It sure looks like it, though, doesn't it, Wonky Donkey? But must be next to water. Yeah, and that is a very good observational point there, Pepper. It's not Reventador in Ecuador, no, sorry. But the lake would give you a hint, or the water would give you a hint. I shouldn't call it a lake, that's misleading too. But the water would give you a definite hint. Let's see, it's a Not Wolf volcano, no, sorry. And we'll see how many more. I do like to point things out, Doc. It's no, it's not Taal a volcano. Sorry, definitely not. But nice guess, Henry. And okay, let's throw another hint out. It is south of the equator. That eliminates at least 700 or 800 volcanoes. No, it's not Sakurajima, and it's not Anak Krakatoa or Krakatau. That one has been guessed before, and a lot of people look at it and think it's Anak, but it is not. And we know which one it is, and I'm smiling here. No, sorry, Sue, it's not Sabancaya. It is not Sabancaya. That's a huge clue. Yeah, there are some really, really big clues that I've already dropped. And I'm hoping that people are catching on to the clues. So south of the equator is the important one. And of course, the Ring of Fire, and obviously the clue of it being on the water is pretty cool too. It's not a Tungurahua. Sorry, it's not Sabancaya, and it is not White Isle Volcano. And I'll likely see some flags on the play here real quick. I know this one is a tough one. I knew it was going to be tough because no, Sue, it's not Kadovar. If I said that right, Kadovar? No, definitely not. Tongan, I think I spelled it wrong. That's not a Tonga. Sierra Negra, no, it's Henry, it's not Sierra Negra. It's not Kushino Irabujima. Sorry. Not Mount Vesuvius. There, wonky donkey, sorry. Although that one is near the water, and that probably would look like that if it had a massive eruption, if you're sitting out in the bay there. A nice thought pattern, anyway, there, wonky donkey. And any more guesses? I know it's a really tough one. And like I said, though, it is south of the equator, and it is within the Ring of Fire. I just thought you need to practice saying that volcano. Oh, Sue, thank you. It's a horrible name there. Kushino Irabujima. No, it's not the, what the heck is that one? Gaukamayas. No, sorry, Judy M, I didn't hear that one before. It's not Tonga Tonga or Hunga Tonga. There, Kevin Haynes. And no, it's not Yasur there, Grenzend. Sorry, neither one of them. Okay, I'll try to give you another hint. Now, if everyone was paying attention to what's being said in the chat, I'm going to give you a big hint. No, it's not Epi. No, sorry, not Epi. The closest one to it so far has been Sioux. Okay, that's a huge hint. A very, very huge hint. And Sue named some volcanoes there, and she actually had one of the closest ones to it. And there she goes. Sue just got it. And congratulations. It is Manam. Manam, beep, 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 beep. Manam, manam, beep, beep. No, sorry. I got carried away again. Darn it, every time I see that name, I do that. No, it's Manam. Manam in the, what is it? Papua New Guinea area. Manam. And that is fairly close to the water. Well, it is right on the water, and that is a pretty good shot. That, as if that was unusual. Yeah. Yeah, Henry, I guess you threw up that white flag. But yep, and that is Manam, and that is in Papua New Guinea. And the closest neighbor there that was mentioned was Kadovar as one of them. And I'm glad Sue got it. So Sue gets the stack of cookies. Let me fix that up. And then we will carry on with stuff. And there we go, Sue. Anyway, let's see. And where were we? And we did the Azores. And we were working on, well, we did the earthquakes. What else do we need to do? I think we need to go over to the next volcano on our list. And I do believe that will be Popocatépetl. How about that guy? We'll try that anyway and see where we are at. And hopefully they've got everything going. But I thought this was a nice shot. I thought more people would say Krakatoa or Krakatoa, and because it does in a way resemble it when there's a couple shots that are fairly similar, and I checked it myself, and this is definitely Manam there in Papua New Guinea. And let's go over to see what our wonderful Popocatépetl is doing. Popocatépetl not as vigorous or rough today as what we've seen in the past few days, and being a lot more, I guess, a little bit more discreet with what it's putting out. The plume certainly doesn't look as mean and revengeful until you go back a little ways, and then it's in the cloud. It's hard to tell what's really going on there. Last night we did see it pluming off fairly large amounts, and some lava bouncing around in the caldera, and I actually have a video of that, but I didn't speed it up, so maybe I'll load it up real quick, and you can kind of get the gist of what it is. We'll just watch a short bit of it, and let's see if I can find it here. That should be in here. Should be this guy here. I hope that's the right one. From yesterday, yeah. And this one is playing back at a little bit faster rate. It's 2 times the speed. But take a look at the top of the caldera on the left-hand side. You'll start to see it turning reddish colors, especially right after the cloud formation passes by in the front. And Pepper saying, Pepsi, 5 minutes, thank you. We'll get to that in 5 minutes there, should be all right. Actually, I'll let that one play for a second. Well, maybe we can speed it up here just a little bit. I don't want to miss too much, but let's see if we can get that right around here. There you can see what's going on in that caldera. You can see the glow of the lava reflecting off of the cloud work there. And that's a pretty good indicator that there is some activity in there. There, it's getting a little brighter again. You can see it. And it was doing that for a little while last night, and then it basically just kind of died out. I thought we were going to see a massive eruption of some sort, but no joy. But that is the way it goes. And if we move it ahead a little bit more, you can see once it's switched to a black and white mode there. Well, I'm trying to get it right at the switch point here. That should be pretty close there. And it did glow for a while, but then after a bit it decided not to do as much at all, and I was a little disappointed, but hey, it is what it is. So we'll leave that video be, and we'll put our wonderful Popocatépetl back on live here, and we'll just actually make that one smaller, go to the other shot, and this is the four-way shot that they show. We can see two of them have rain clouds in the way, and the other ones, of course, are what they are. So clouds coming along and covering things up, so we won't be able to see what is going on there. Let's leave that one alone. We'll go to the next shot, and of course this is Fuego. Popocatépetl, by the way, is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, southeast. This next one here is Fuego, and I don't know if we're gonna see much of Fuego other than in the very early morning hours here. So let's go back really far. This is about, well, what time is it? 6:37 a.m. and we are just about at the right place. There we are. We're watching this plume come out, and then we'll see a bunch of material coming down the slope on this side. As you can see, there is a lot of tephra and other debris that is being thrown out in this particular eruption. So you can start to see the phoenix cloud effect happening there already as things are moving down the hill. So a slow progression, and you got to remember we are about 7 or 8 kilometers away. So looking at this, that is actually moving fairly quickly. You can already see down to this point. Now it's down to here, and getting through that valley as things are tumbling down. So progression is fairly fast. Phoenix cloud is definitely building up, and then we see other spots there where we get more dust happening of things tumbling down the hill. But yeah, very dark ash-rich plume coming out of there as usual. And there you can see some more gassing and material kind of pluming out of there. And you see how far this has now gotten. So definitely interesting time with that plume. If we speed it up there 5 seconds at a time, gives you a little bit different perspective, and lets you see where that material is going down the hill. So that was about the biggest plume I seen come out of there. There was another one, let's see, this one was just a little bit later. And this one is at 7:01 or 7 o'clock actually, and again quite a bit of dark material in that ash cloud. So a lot of dust and ash and gases, etc. And then after that it went into the clouds, and we didn't see it again today. It's basically no joy all the way across the board. So back to the standard volcano grade that we see, and it is actually break time, but I'm going to do these other shots real quick. This is a Messiah volcano down in Nicaragua. We can see the arc of the lava down there. Let's refresh that one. This one was from 6:50 a.m. and we'll take a look at what it looks like right now from 1828. And that is definitely glowing down there in that caldera. Don't ever fall in there, you'll never get out. Let's look at the next one, Rincon de la Vieja, and we are unable to see it. Cannot see the caldera walls because of a cloud. Next shot is this one going a little further south, and that of course is down there at Lascar in Chile. And we aren't seeing a heck of a lot. There looks like a little bit of off-gassing from the volcano, but that's being pushed down, so we barely see it. Next one, of course, is Laguna del Mole, and you can see they are getting a snowstorm, and that is unfortunate. And the third shot is Villarrica, and Villarrica did not want to come out of the clouds today. We also do have a report on Ubanas and Ubanas volcano in Peru. Explosion persists, or explosions persist, and you can see on this chart here that we are getting them almost up to, they're showing about, I guess, 3,200 feet, or almost 1,000 meters. We're above 900 meters here. Anyway, that is what they're showing. That is above the volcano top. It does indicate here the explosive eruption at the volcano continues from the summit crater. Volcanic Ash Advisory Center in Buenos Aires reported that near constant ash emissions generated to an estimated 18,000 to 21,000 feet, or 5,500 meters to 6,400 meters altitude, and that is in the south and southwest directions over the last few days. And that is it for that one, and we will leave that be, and we'll maybe put that back there for a second so I can find that later. Put you back on the canned lava. Hang on, we got a volcano in the way. Well, get rid of that volcano. There we go. All right, enjoy the canned lava. It is break time, ladies and gentlemen. So if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bump. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Here comes some music. And there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out, Sue. Thank you for the welcome backs. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And I have no idea what happened to our wonky donkey. I hope he didn't crash too badly. Anyway, thank you, Sue, for that wonderful welcome back. And let's pause our canned lava. We'll carry on with what we've got going on here on the stream. And look at that. I can stop lava at the right at the vent. That's cool. Okay, anyway, next volcano. Next volcano up for bids is Merapi, and let's see if Merapi will make us happy. And I know it's a tough, again, visibility not good. You know, every time we have those storms happening there, it's horribly hard to see the volcanoes. And of course, Indonesia is, you know, rainy season. So that's what we've kind of got, and I'm scanning across, and you know, it's like just about 10 hours ago that we could see it. Other than that, we just weren't able to see a darn thing, and that was only for a very short period of time that it actually showed itself, and we couldn't see a darn thing while it was doing that. So not a heck of a lot happening at Merapi. Merapi is not making us happy. Actually, it's the weather there that's not. I'm sure the volcano is still working away, doing what it needs to. It's just not visible. And let's leave that. Stream froze, but fine now. Why did you freeze the stream there, wonky donkey? I think the fish won't get anywhere if you freeze the stream. Anyway, yeah, 5 years, 17 days, 5 hours, 43 minutes, and 58 seconds. That's for the other one. That's, of course, the bunny stream. That's been going for five years. That is pretty awesome. And over 5 years now. And that is really, it's quite a feat to keep a stream up and running for over 5 years. Anyway, let's leave that guy be, not seeing a heck of a lot there. We'll go to the next one, and probably not going to see too much here either. And this is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and they are suffering from the same inclement style weather as what we see happening there in Indonesia. And yeah, really not good. Even from, this was early in the morning, and not seeing it. So all the way from, that's 5.5, yeah, roughly 5.5 hours ago, and all the way up to now. It's been in clouds all the way along, and some rain showers to boot. So that is what we got. That is old school bunny. Old school bunny. Yep, you bet. And let's throw this on here. I'm going to refresh this though, because I don't believe that was right. Let's have a look at this now. And this, of course, is the chart for over at Taupo. And looking at what we've got, looks like our midnight time roughly ended up being fairly eventful there, with a little bit of activity, a quake or two happening in the area, and then it seemed to have subsided, and then we had another small quake, and was working on building back up. Let's see if the quake to the north has that as well. And it does. Well, actually not in the same place. And that's got a different quake, a little older. It didn't have the same quake. So we'll likely see a small quake in the area there somewhere near Taupo. Maybe we'll see it on the USGS map. No guarantees. And I haven't tried the other one for a little while. We'll see if the MC, what is it? No, EMSC map is working again. Anyway, that's what we've got going on there. Quick peek at the camera. We're going to see if we can see what it's like there at the lake today. There we go, a full view. Well, actually, right over here looks pretty clear in the sky. So over top of Taupo Lake, it's not bad. The caldera of Taupo is the entirety of the lake, of course, and we are not able to see Mount Ruapehu in the background. We see those nasty clouds hiding, or it's hiding underneath there. That's all we've got there. No flea market today. Of course, this shot looks like it's very windy there, looking at the little flags. And this is courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. Wonderful place to stay, I guess, from what they say. So you can always have a look at that. Let's make that back to a normal and put it back on the other one. We'll get over to our next volcano, and that will be Semeru. And Semeru is suffering from the same fate as what we've seen over at our wonderful, what is it? Merapi, but it's not quite as bad. We did see some puffing this morning, and let's see if we get into that. There you can go see the top of it. You see a little bit of a plume coming off. If we zoom into that a little bit, there you go. And that's a little better picture. And that's not bad. Unfortunately, not a heck of a lot else really happening with it. Let's see if we can find. There was a point where I thought there was some stuff coming down. Not sure. We do have a lot of moonlight in this shot. Actually, I'm surprised this got past some of the clouds, but we do see the top of the caldera here. Lots of lava glowing in there. A little bit of dribbling down here, and almost looks like there's lava down here. I do see some red, and I'm wondering if they had some flow coming down. Let's see if we back this up a little bit. Will we see more of that? Let's try backing up 10 seconds at a time. 4:53, and we'll just go back a little bit, because that looked a little odd, being right there by itself. And I don't know if it was something that came down the hill, or did we spring a leak. I see another glow point right there, and it's interesting to see that. I'm just going back 10 seconds at a time. Maybe I have to go back a little further here and try to find another point where it started to glow. There we can see a bunch right down there. So obviously it came a little earlier. Let's back up a little bit more and see if we can spot that. No, a fuzzy vision. That is not good. And during fuzzy vision time, we couldn't see it. So they were a little out of focus. I guess they were adjusting the camera or something at the time. We can see a little bit of a smoke plume there too. So that obviously happened while the camera was not focused. So I don't know if we're going to be able to really tell when that dropped down there, but there you can see it glowing, and that is a definite hot spot there. I'm just trying to advance it here 10 seconds at a time to see if we can get it to the point where it cleared up. And there, I guess they were trying to focus. Lots of steam and smoke and stuff in the way, so it's going to be hard for them to focus that shot. But yeah, I guess the moonlight doesn't help it much either. But anyway, we do see that there, and I just wanted to kind of point that out. If we go further back in time, we do end up in the clouds. I'm trying to see if we had this earlier here. And there, this is at 1:56 a.m. We do see that spot there already. So I'm wondering if it was even prior to that came down. Let's see, somewhere around here, getting into the clouds. It does look like there was some flow there, and I'm just going to advance it again 10 seconds at a time. I'll maybe push it a little bit further forward. We'll see if we can spot that glow. And yeah, it's smoking from there, so it's hard to tell. You know, do we have a hole in the side there, or is it something that came down the hill? We'll have to keep an eye on that in the next day or so. See if that is another vent that may have opened up, a parasitic vent of some sort. No, a fire, it turns on and off. Well, it doesn't turn on and off the way we like to. We do see smoke coming up and down from it, and we see it is getting a little bit bigger there, and not sure what the heck is going on there, Henry. It looks odd. It looks really, really odd. But let's leave it be, and we'll try to figure that out later on in life. Going to put that one back on live. So prior to that, it was all in the clouds. Couldn't see a darn thing. Let's leave that one as small, and we're going to go back on this stream. This was from earlier, and of course this was from Lava TV cams there in. He was trying to get things set up, and again, difficult sometimes to get decent focus due to the clouds. Well, you can see that little spot up there, and of course it's hard to see when that is happening. We do see the glow if we go ahead a little bit more, and there you can see some lava coming down. There's two paths out of there, one off to the left hand side and the other one kind of straight down from it there, but we're not seeing a heck of a lot till we get to the earlier hours of the day. Let's see if we can get to that. I guess not. We did get this though. Thank you, Arizona Snowman, for sending that shot in, and that is pretty awesome. We do see how pointed this volcano is, and of course that is Mayon on Luzon Island, the big island of the Philippines, and you can see what's going on there. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. Let's leave that one be, and we'll move on to our next possible volcano. I'm going to see if it is alive. Well, actually, let's get this one off of here. Go back to that. Hang on. There we go. There is what the volcano looked like early. Well, just that's actually live right now. So you can see we are still off gassing fairly heavily. We got some cloud in the way, unfortunately. And let's see if I'm just checking back for big plumes. Don't see anything too crazy coming from it either, so that is about what we've got. Let's see, right about there. Yeah, and just it's pluming in between the clouds doing its thing. So that is Mayon, and that is live. That's what we're seeing right now. So Mayon is doing its thing. I want to check real quick and see if we have anything at all that is alive, and no, all meditation is not. And Madam Rutsa, we'll check with her site and see if she is live. No, March 15th was the last one that she had on. So unfortunately nothing out of those two. We did have a report from Mayon. So let's take a look at that report real quick. It says Mayon, a volcano loose on island in the Philippines. A massive pyroclastic flow generated billowing ash plumes today. And it says the volcano showed a very dramatic, a very dramatic activity today. or some very dramatic. I don't know, a little mispronunciation there, I guess, from them. Anyway, a heavy block and ash flow, gravity-driven mass flow, descended from the summit lava dome along the steep southern Maasai ravine that reached a considerable distance of about 4,000 meters, in other words 4 kilometers. Pyroclastic flow created a dense gray ash plume, a so-called phoenix cloud, that rose to about 200 meters above the torrent, engulfing a broad southern part of the edifice as it descended the slopes. So we see that. That's a pretty neat picture, and hopefully that was okay for those guys. Let's see. Oh, somebody else standing there. Where is that? That is at the Arnsberg volcano, but I didn't realize they had strange shapes back there. The volcano gods, perhaps. Or is that a maze? We don't know. Anyway, let's leave that one there. I thought there was some... Yeah, there is. Don't have volume on that, but you can see the ash plume as this thing is moving along there. Of course, this is a time-lapse video to give you a little bit more of a quicker perspective, but you can see how much ash was pluming off of that, and that is fairly heavy. This one was one of the time lapses. It says from Joe Starte. What is it? Sal Seda, a live stream on Facebook. So I hope that is okay. And I don't see any other live streams from them, but that is there. If you do want to have a look at that, you are more than welcome to. And they're going to drop that in the chat here, and you can have a look for yourselves if you like. All right, so yep, Mayon doing its thing, and the other ones are behaving and being quiet, so all good. It is time for me to go take another break. Sharon says a labyrinth. That is possible, Sharon, and that is actually very likely. Anyway, let's see if we can put you back onto the canned lava for right now, and of course we'll put some music on for you. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop, that'd be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. Look a bit like a fossil. The fossils? I don't want to be a fossil just yet. All right, here comes some music. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And yes, that is actually Old Faithful. The camera up top there, the new camera, it's in the same location. The angle, though, or the zoom in on this is a little bit different because they're zoomed in slightly. Our sidewalks are down in the forefront area. I'm just trying to see if my mouse is working on there. Let's see if I can show that. Well, actually, down in the forefront here that we can't see them. You can see some of the cabins in the back there. And yes, the lodge is over on the right-hand side here. They're just zoomed in. That is Old Faithful. You can still see the sidewalks in the back that people are traversing on. And that goes around that hill in the back. Are we going to see an eruption? Is this thing going to go, or is it just going to tease us? Okay, hopefully that got you into the right perspective here. It is Old Faithful, though, and I don't know if it's just doing what it's doing or it's not going to do too much. I did see it looks more promising. Okay, yeah, it did for a second, a puff. And that is all we got out of it. One of the things I did see, they did have a new video from a USGS there today about Yellowstone, and saying that a steamboat geyser is doing its thing. And well, Henry, it's still puffing, so we might see an eruption just yet. The clocks have changed as far as the times on a lot of those geyser eruptions. They were talking about the honeycomb was erupting on a regular basis, and they had new ones or new times, and it has changed its attitude. Also, they did talk about why the sidewalks were closed over on the left-hand side of this shot. If you pan over towards the other ones, and unfortunately right now they're looking at Yellowstone, but they had the sidewalks closed off for a while, and that is because there were some new geysers that formed or reactivated right underneath their walkway. So they actually had to close that down. I was thinking we can maybe load that video up rather than trying to wait for this thing. Or is it going to do its thing? Is it going to work? I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to wait for it. I think what we can do is we will go over to our next scene. Of course, that was supposed to be there in our wonderful Japan, but I think Japan is going to be kind of a no-show today, so we'll do this a little bit differently. And there you can see in Japan it's raining big time. What I'm going to do is we'll bring up another that other USGS video, USGS, and we'll see if we can get that latest one up there for them. And let's see, a Yellowstone update 1 month ago, no, 10 hours ago. This is the one that we were watching. Anyway, they were looking here. I'll let you guys listen.
We'll have a look at these features in the July 2023 update of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. Now, if you enjoy videos like this, please like and subscribe down below. So
I'll turn my mic off until it's done.
Geysers and hot springs are some of the most dynamic geologic features on the planet. They're always changing, and sometimes that change happens in places that we can actually see and appreciate. That's been the case the last few weeks here on Geyser Hill near Old Faithful. It all started on May 24th with Orem Geyser, which began erupting for the first time in 2 years. It had repeated eruptions over the weeks that followed. Beehive Geyser, a very well-known geyser that erupts about once a day, began erupting a bit more frequently. And those weren't the only changes. Let's walk over to this closed area and have a look at some of those new features. This is Doublet Pool behind me. And in early June, a small feature formed just next to Doublet Pool and right underneath the boardwalk. It was splashing hot water onto the boardwalk, and that's one of the reasons that this area is closed. But it's not the only feature that formed as part of this thermal activity. Let's walk back around the boardwalks to get to the other side of this closed area and have a look at those features. This vantage point gives us a pretty good view of some of the other thermal activity that occurred in late May and early June. You can see that one feature just there in the sun, that actually formed in 2018, but it had been dormant ever since. It came to life on May 30th. At about the same time, that feature that's right underneath the boardwalk there formed, brand new. And it threw a lot of debris up onto the boardwalk. You can see some rocks and material sitting there. That's one of the reasons that this stretch of boardwalk is closed. This is very similar to some activity that occurred in September of 2018. That's when that first feature out there formed. And that time period is very well known, too, for the rare eruption of Ear Spring. It hadn't erupted in some decades, and when it had its eruption in September 2018, it brought decades of human trash to the surface. Cinder block, coins, cans with pull tabs, even a baby's pacifier. The activity has calmed substantially since early June, and things seem to be on their way to returning to normal. Of course, now the $64,000 question is, what drove this activity? It's tempting to think that it's magma, right? Imparting heat to the surface? Sorry, that's not the case. If that were true, we would expect to see changes throughout the basin, not just in one little localized area of Geyser Hill. We'd also see abundant earthquake activity that could be felt in dramatic ground deformation. This is really more an example of the dynamic nature of Yellowstone's hydrothermal system. It's like the plumbing in an old house, always springing leaks. This is Yellowstone being Yellowstone in its purest form. Well, that's the story here from Geyser Hill. Now let's talk about seismic deformation and geyseric activity that occurred throughout the park in June.
June was a light month in terms of earthquakes. The University of Utah seismograph stations located just 78 earthquakes throughout the region during the month. The largest was a magnitude 2.8 that occurred just south of the park boundary just before noon on June 17th. There were also no swarms in the region during the month, so a bit of a below average month in terms of earthquakes. Turning now to ground deformation, this is vertical change at the White Lake GPS station on the east side of the caldera. Each dot is 1 day's worth of data, and this entire plot spans the past 2 years. Downward trends indicate subsidence, and upward trends indicate uplift. And the pattern we're seeing here has been ongoing since 2015, with subsidence during the fall and winter and most of spring months, and then a little bit of uplift, or at least a pause in that subsidence, during the summer months. This uplift or pause in subsidence is caused by runoff from snowmelt that percolates into the ground, and the ground sort of swells up like a sponge. So we saw subsidence throughout much of late 2022 and early 2023, and that's transitioned to uplift due to that groundwater that's puffing the ground up like a sponge. And now looking at data from Steamboat Geyser, the tallest geyser in the world. This is the temperature measured in Steamboat's runoff channel, and there was a major eruption on June 9th. This is the 5th major eruption of the year. You can see the large spike in temperature there. And after that event, we went back to daily temperature variation, so we're really just sensing air temperature here. There's no indication of any minor activity that's really gotten abundant at Steamboat, so that probably means another major eruption is not just around the corner, but hopefully the geyser is not yet done putting on a show for visitors.
We'd like to acknowledge all of the citizen scientists that made observations related to this new Geyser Hill activity. We're grateful for their contributions. Well, that does it for the July 2023 YVO update. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and if you have any questions at all, feel free to email us. Our address is yvowebteam, that's all one word, at usgs.gov. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you next month. Bye-bye.
Okay, and that takes care of that one. So I just figured I'd show that for you, and hopefully that is enlightening a little bit and gives you a little bit more insight into Yellowstone, and that there are some changes indeed there, and definitely the new or reactivated vents that are starting to produce material again. That to me is quite fascinating. Always on the lookout for that. We switched back to the Sakurajima, of course, the shot here. While we can't see Sakurajima, it's in the clouds. We do see the ice cream boat if anyone wants to get their umbrella out and go down the road, and you can see the road there. And turn left at the lights and go down there if you need to get your ice cream. But it is raining, and just be careful and don't run too fast. You'll slip, or hydroplane if you're going really, really fast, like Wonky Donkey or somebody like that. So, you know, if you got 4 trotters, you'll be going too fast for road conditions. Anyway, that's what we've got going on there. I will make that one smaller. Go take a look at the other shot. Obviously, we can't tell what's going on in there, even if we back up. This is 4.5 hours ago, and you can see the cloud was sitting very low already at that point in time. You're welcome, Sue. And going back a little bit further into the early dawn, and we do see a little bit of the volcano, but not a heck of a lot, just right on the edge there. And that is it for that one. And during the night, of course, no visibility whatsoever. So we will leave that be. I'm going to put this one back on live and make that smaller. And next shot, of course, is up on the mountainous areas there for ASO. And you can definitely tell ASO is off-gassing something pretty decent like. And you can actually see the little caldera today. Of course, this is just a little caldera within the very, very large caldera of ASO. And we do know that there's literally towns in that caldera, several of them, not just one. One of them is called ASO. There's another, several other small towns or villages in there as well. So lots of activity up in that particular volcano. Anyway, and that is what we're seeing right now. If we go back a little bit, the cloud was in there, but you could see the off-gassing as it continues from basically the soup bowl, as I call it. Of course, that caldera is shaped like a bowl. You're going to end up getting all that rainwater in there, and temperatures of that water will heat up to the point where it will off-gas or vaporize into steam, as well as get some SO2 coming out of there as well. Let's leave it as that. Going to put that back on live. There we go. Make that one smaller. We'll go over to the next one, and that one is not showing. Darn it. And we'll have to see if we can spot it. Maybe they've redone that stream, and that stream is no longer available. Darn it. I hate when that happens. And they are, they are live. Okay, let's take a look at that. Oh, they have a closer shot. Let's take a look at the closer shot. Well, you can see, and that is awesome, a little bit closer to the actual volcano. You can see the caldera's top here and the off-gassing. So for Asama volcano, they're about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo. That is what we're seeing, and that is actually an awesome shot. Now that I know that they've got the close-up there as well, that's going to be better for us in the future. Anyway, let's leave it as that. I don't know if how long was this one been on. Well, it looks like it was off-gassing pretty heavily earlier. There you can see a decent sized plume coming out of it, and it did look like, well, no, hang on, that's not a plume, that's my bad. I'm going back and I see where that it's actually cloud. You can see it coming in on this side, but let's see if we can spot it. Yeah, there is pluming going on, but the clouds are making it difficult for us. Going way back, and this is, well, actually this thing has only been on for about 4 hours, so we don't get to go as far back as we want to. Pretty cool. Let's leave that be though. I'm going to make that one smaller. Back to the ice cream boat shot, and the rain has returned, as so has the fog, so we're not going to be able to see that at all. I hope you got your ice cream from the ice cream boat if you were heading down, and I hope you've got your fog beacon with you to get back to our stream here. Let's leave that one be. I'm going to put this back to here. I'm going to actually put this onto our canned lava. We'll go through actually I don't want to go through the volcano report yet. No, I don't want to go to the canned lava. I want to go somewhere else. Hang on. Oh, we're working on it. And we want to go to Italy. Let's go to Italy for a second. And see if we can see anything at Mount Etna. I don't believe Mount Etna is going to be too visible. And no, as a matter of fact, I think it's not going to be visible at all. I did check a couple times earlier today, and it was, you know, kind of this same kind of thing, this kind of stuff on the big clouds. Not going to worry about that. And I do want to take a look at the charts for Etna. We are seeing stuff slightly above the line, and that's always a hope, and we'll continue to see that. Moving upward a little bit will be really, really awesome if we can do that. And yes, Sue, that's what we're doing next, is the reports on Piton. Piton della Fornese, there, and Reunion Island. And that is where we're going now. So, first off, yeah, Piton della Fornese, volcano, Reunion Island, France, a small lava, fountains and a lava flow from the central vents continue. This, of course, is their picture there. We do see two different sites affected right there in this shot. I did watch a little bit of this stuff from our wonderful geology hub, and he had a little bit more informative video going on his channel. This one, of course, a sharp peak in tremors at the Piton della Fornese volcano today, and you can see the massive spike, and then kind of a drop, and then a rebuild, and simmering down to something a little bit more sensible. So we know there is some activity going on there, and not sure where that is, but I'll leave that one alone, and we'll look at what they say here. The effusive activity at the volcano has continued throughout the day. The chain of eruption events, or chain of eruptive events, located at an altitude of about 2,000 meters on the eastern flanks, continues to produce low lava fountains and two main lava flows, judging from the aerial video, feeding the glowing lava field. Okay, and several small lava flows appear to be ceased, or at least decreased in their advance further. So in other words, not that much happening, but we do have the second report here, and we'll get at that, because I guess the first one might have been a little premature. This is a reflection of the continuing magma intrusion and migration under the surface along the rift zone. And then they talk about the rest of it. We do have a graph here, and that wants to bounce us over to Twitter. I don't want to do that. Let's leave that. Let's take a look at this. They do have volume. I'm going to shut that volume off. But there is a flight over top, and you can see what it looks like from an aerial view, and you can see some of that lava flow as it is glowing. So pretty cool, and not bad to be able to see bacon going down the hill. Always important to see bacon, and I think it was originating from this vent here, flowing that way and down here. So kind of cool. I don't know, to me it looks like it was flowing this way, but it's hard to tell in this shot the way that was going, because of the way they were flying over it. But definitely from here there was some lava output as well. There's the two lovely rivers of lava, and that is what we've seen there. They did have this aerial shot as well, and I gotta shut that volume off also. And that was a little bit better view. This was later on, and or 12:30 as they called it, and you can definitely see what it was looking like there from the aircraft. Some of the shots there, they should have stayed on those lava flows where it was fountaining out. There we go. That's the one I want. And yeah, they only did a very short time, unfortunately. I would love to see a little bit more of that, but there they are. And you can see that kind of a big crack all the way along. So huge fissure that opened up. And apparently, from my understanding, it's actually two separate areas that opened up. It's not just one. So, and hence the reason for us to see two kind of plumes, if you want to call it that, in that other first shot or first report. There you go. That's a little closer. You can see some of that wonderful lava splashing out of the fountains. And neat. That's it. So thank you, Sue, for sending those reports in. And those were awesome. And here's the two that we see there. Let's go to the second report. And there's a neat shot of that same scenario. And remember when I just finished saying there was two separate fissures. We do see those, and both are well lit in this shot. Nice image. And the image is City du Volcan, whoever that is. And so both active eruptive fissures on the southeast left and the east on the right is what we're seeing there. So east and southeast over here. Looked pretty awesome, and of course this was that other shot, and it looks pretty good that way too. And that gives you a little bit more of an idea when you're looking at the map. It says a current location of both eruptive fissures on the southeast, which is the bottom one, and that would be down here, or sorry, this area here flowing down that way. And of course the other one is over in that side, or that would be the upper area, and flowing. And again, it's really hard to tell, but GeoHub did actually show some of these ages. This one was from about 2,200 years ago, this basic original eruption, if you want to call it that. The next one was from a lot further back in time. So this volcano has been around for a few thousand years, or actually I should say a few millennia. So let's leave that one there. Let's see what's the next one that we did look at as well. On the other one, we've seen that major spike, and we have seen that curve upward. We do see some three more fairly large quakes in those areas. And then it kind of simmered down again, time-wise. And there's another one, spatter ramparts on the eastern slope of fissure, is what it says. And that's a nice close-up shot. I love seeing that. So pretty cool. Wonky donkey, good night, and take care. And let's see, that is something else. I don't know where that is, but looks nice. I wouldn't mind living there. It looks pretty. And oh, happy people. All right, let's leave that, and we'll go from there. This is what we were seeing there, so that is pretty cool. That is Piton de la Fournaise volcano in Reunion Island. A beautiful site. All right, let's get rid of those two reports, and we will put this one back on live. And we've gone through Japan. It is time for me to go take a break, though, so we're going to put you back on the canned lava for right now. I'm going to go take a break, and when we finish with the break, we'll come back with our earthquakes, and then we'll see what's shaking, and we hope. And good night, wonky donkey, and get some good sleep, and be careful of where you sleep, though. You gotta watch out for pigs with pins. Anyway, I'll be back. Hit the like button, you guys, if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider doing that if you're enjoying it. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. back. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, even the duck is back too. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back there. And it is time to have a look and see what is shaking around the planet. We're down to 15 people in here. Wow, where'd everybody go? What is this, Monday night or something? Everybody's going to sleep? I've put them all to sleep. That's what it is. I've put them all to sleep with my voice. Listen carefully. You are getting tired. No, you're not. You're going to be awake. Anyway, the duck isn't helping any either, is it? And C&D boy says, we hear a Doc. We hear Doc. Okay, that is awesome. And let's go over and turn off our canned lava for right now. Don't wake a piggy. No, we don't want to do that. That would be detrimental to one's health. Anyway, let's see if we can get some earthquakes on the screen. Where's my earthquake map? Oh, there it is. I found it. And that is over here somewhere. And Billy Bob Joe, why are you sleeping? You should be wide awake. You're a good, strong guy there. Anyway, let's take a look at earthquakes around the planet. We'll start out here. Kamchatka Peninsula, nothing today. Aleutian Islands, we had some interesting stuff here at, what is it? Akutan, Alaska, or that area. We had a 4.1 from 9:42 a.m., 43.8 kilometers down for that one. And we also had this one here, 4.6, and they call it Southern Alaska, and that's kind of a, what was it, Eagle Ridge area or something that they were calling it. Pretty interesting there. We'll also see this up here, Northern Alaska 3.0, another little one here at 2.8. Very close to it as well at Kaktovik, if I said that correctly. Anyway, that's happening up there, so a little bit more extra activity up there. Sliding down the western coast, we do see this one. I mentioned that earlier, Petrolia, California 4.0, and if we zoom in there, you can see that it's right on that line between the Guadalupe plate and the Pacific plate. And of course, you know, the more quakes we see here, that's telling us we've got this moving, and we all obviously have some movement happening in this area. What I'm concerned with is we see the quakes here. We know that's loading up pressure on this area, but where's the quakes over here? We should be seeing some quakes following along these lines here, and we're not seeing them. And that means the pressure is building. And when the pressure is building, we have to, you know, kind of be aware something could happen in that area if it keeps doing what it is doing. I did mention this 3.0 out here near, what is it, Stanton, Texas. From 1613, 9.1 kilometers down. It was sizable for in Texas, so I figured I'd let that be known. And going down here into Chile, and this one is 4.2, and that came in yesterday at 1950, 114.5 kilometers down. Next one was right on the coastline. From 4:31 a.m. at 25.3 kilometers down for that 4.5, and then we see this one 4.4 in Chile as well at 1:43 a.m. 101.7 kilometers down, and another one right on the coastline from 1533 at 31.1 kilometers down. Fracking or oil drilling in Texas. Possibly, Sue, possibly. I don't know if it is 100%, but I think your guess would be pretty close to being right on. And I'm not sure if it's fracking specifically, but even if it is just oil drilling, what can happen is they can empty out a reservoir in there somewhere, and that could partially collapse underneath and cause some earthquakes. Not seeing anything in this map as far as we were looking for that one in there. I wonder if they got that map back. Let's see if we can get that back here. Not found. No, I guess the other one is no longer. Okay, well, I guess we don't get to see any small quakes there in that area. Let's not worry about it, and that wasn't a big deal anyway. Going along the Kermadec Ridge, we do see a couple out here towards Tonga, a 5.1 from today at 11:26 our time, 21.4 kilometers down. The other one slightly larger at a 5.3 from 1818 and 10 kilometers down there as well. And this one over here in the Fiji region, 4.8 from 1204 and 10 kilometers down for that. And then we get over here at the bottom end of Vanuatu, and we see that they're calling that one a New Caledonia, but I don't know what's closer. It's kind of hard to say. Loyalty Islands, it's kind of in between all three of them, but that is what it is there. It's a 5.3. They're calling it New Caledonia. It came in at 5:26 a.m., 21.7 kilometers down. Going at the other end, and that's that same fault line, and that is in, this is Vanuatu stuff here, so that one is a 4.8. And that's from 1514, 10 kilometers down for that one. The other one's slightly bigger. That's a 5.7 from 1457, and that came in at 10 kilometers depth as well. So that was the biggest one on the map that I could see today. Moving over a little bit more, Papua New Guinea, actually that's in Indonesia, but if we zoom in a little bit closer, we can separate those two. A 5.2, and they are calling it Indonesia from yesterday at 20:51, 13 kilometers down. The other quake right beside it is that guy, and that is a 4.7, also considered to be Indonesia, and 6:40 a.m. our time, 10 kilometers down for that guy. Moving on, we don't see anything in the eastern portions here, and nothing till we get over here where we had several other quakes. And that is Sumatra there, and that's quite a ways out though. 4.6 in magnitude at 12:51 was the time on it, 10 kilometers down for that one. Moving up, don't see anything else really new there. And looks at these ones here, 4.5, 30 minutes after midnight, 135.2 kilometers down. And the other one is considered a Philippines. Was this a Philippines? Yeah, I guess that's a part of the Philippines, bottom end of the Philippines. This one is a 4.8 from 4:20 a.m., 47.8 kilometers down for him. Not seeing anything else going up through the Philippines and the Japanese islands here. We do have this one out here, Volcano Island, Japan region. 4.8 from 3:37 a.m., 17.3 kilometers down for that, and of course nothing else going upward for the Aleutian Islands, sorry, not Aleutian Islands, that's the Aleutian Islands, for the Kamchatka Peninsula. There we go, get the verbiage right. We do see another one here in China, and that is a 4.1 from 1748. 10 kilometers down for him, and nothing down on the bottom of the Indian ridges or anything like that down there. This one I mentioned at the beginning of the show in the Caspian Sea, that is a 5.4. Azerbaijan area, 1401 was the time on it, 59.7 kilometers down, right underneath the lake. So the lake is nowhere near that deep, so that is well below the lake. And I also mentioned this one here, and that is a Svalbard. That's Jan Mayen there, and this is the Greenland Sea region right in between, and that is from yesterday at 22:01 at 10 kilometers down. And we'll see if we have any more SO2 issues emanating from that area, because that's just about the same spot, I think, as what we had last time on that. So pretty cool looking, and that is those earthquakes. Let's take a look at Hawaii real quick and see if there's anything there that might be of interest. And well, why are we seeing a quake way up at the top of Mauna Kea? 1.7 came in at 1849, 19.5 kilometers below sea level. I hope Mauna Kea doesn't pop. That would not be good. Definitely not. Anyway, let's take a look at the other quakes. I didn't see anything else out there. Let's take a look at this one here. It's all by itself. Forest, a fern forest area, and that's a 1.7. Came in at 2:11 our time, and it's 300 meters below sea level. And that is what we've got there. Now the other ones are all in the Pahala area. There's not that many. We'll go through them fairly quick here. 2.2 from 3:25 a.m. Take off 3 hours, and that gives you the actual Hawaiian time. So 25 minutes after midnight for them. 35.9 clicks down for that guy. And that is kind of, where is our Louis Seamound is way out here. So it's not really part of the Louis Seamound, but just the area coming up to it. 1.9 from 2209 yesterday, 36.8 kilometers down for him. This one was a 2.0 from 3:05 a.m. and again 5 minutes after midnight Hawaii time. 31.3 kilometers down. Then we've got this guy here, 2.3, and 9:46 is the time on that. 32.8 kilometers down for him. The biggest one out of the batch, 3.0, and that came in at 14:32. 35.1 clicks down for him. And then we've got this last one here, 1.8 from 9:13 a.m. and that is 30 kilometers below sea level. So not many quakes happening there. That's something to keep in mind. I don't know if we're going to see a more returning activity. I'm just a little amazed at seeing a little bit of activity around Mauna Kea. I wonder if something has changed down below. You never know. Mauna Kea could erupt again, although it's been dormant for quite a long time. All those observatories on top of Mauna Kea. Yeah, and you know, that's what I worry about. If that does pop or blow, there's your observatories. Okay, and that is just some of them. This is an older shot, and there are a few more observatories up there, and hopefully nothing has been messed with up there so far. But we'll see what happens in the future. I don't think they're going to have anything major popping up there, but hey, fingers crossed. Let's hope that is not going to be an issue, because that would really mess up some of the observations that are being done. There's a lot of telescopes out there, you know, that you really don't want to have ruined. So anyway, that is what we've got going on over there. Quick peek at, I don't believe there's anything new on our wonderful La Palma. We'll take a look at the Canary Islands here, just really quickly, and see, where's our land? Oh, a land mass. Where are you? Okay, not seeing anything in the East Azores ridge, or a fault, I should say. Looks like the newest one here is maybe right here. That one is, let's see, how big? a 1.6 from 1:26 a.m. Today on the 3rd. Nothing new there, and that is on one of the other islands. And of course, the stuff that we see here on La Palma is from yesterday and the day before. So this is the one that's, I do believe, 12 kilometers down. Yep, it is from yesterday at 1742, and it was a 1.3, so very small. The other one likely some lava compression, as it is kind of in between Cumbre Vieja's vent and what is it, Tudoki, if I said that correctly. Anyway, 1902 was the time on the first for that guy. Let's put this back on the other map. I'm going to zoom it back out so I can keep an eye on things, and we'll see what happens there in the future. And let's go over and we'll maybe just have a real quick peek. I'm going to refresh this map and see if we see anything nasty coming out of there. Where was I going to look for a possible stuff happening? Well, we don't see anything new off-gassing here on the Kermadec Ridge area, and that is one of the places I wanted to look, and I can't remember the other one. Darn it. We were going to, I was going to go take a look at India or there, and we don't see that much coming off of our Reunion Island for something that is erupting. It's a very, very small plume, and I think that is about it. So we're going to take a look at the rest of it in detail after the break. I'm going to go take a break right now, and we'll have a look at that. So I'll pop you back over to the canned lava for the time being. And for all those good people who are here, if you have not yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing, and that would be really awesome. I'm going to take a break at 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, and keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and of course, don't go away. We got the SO2 report, and then after that, we'll go through some weather really quickly. And don't go away. I'll be back. Here's some music. Maybe. Yeah, it is. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sioux and Cananaskis country. And I see One Fish 26 is also back. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. One day, Sharon, you'll send in that recording and we can actually listen to you. Anyway, that is all cool. Let's get back though to where we were. I'm going to park this canned lava. Let's see if we can hit the stop button and make that freeze. I almost figured it out, Doc. Almost. That'd be awesome if you can, and that'll be really cool. Let's get back over to our SO2 map, and that is what we were just starting to look at. Looking for things, anomalies is what we were looking at. Oh, we wanted to look over here. That's where we wanted to look, between Jan Mayen and Svalbard. I don't see any new SO2 plumes there where that earthquake happened, so obviously no rupture there. Okay, let's zoom into the Kamchatka Peninsula a little bit, and I kind of get an idea of what's happening here. Looks like Shivelish up top there, Klyashevskoy, as well as Bezimiani and Karimsky on the bottom end here, helping out with that. Not sure if there's something else going on there, but we also have Ibiko, and Ibiko, of course, on Paramashur Island. Looks like the majority of the plume is going to the west, circulating around that low there. Not sure what's going on with the rest of this. Doesn't look like it's getting too far. Likely some rain in the area, washing it out of the air. Which is good. We don't mind that. It looks like a little bit there on the Alaskan Peninsula as well. Not sure if we've got some off-gassing happening from some of the volcanoes. We'll maybe have a look later and see if we can try to figure that out. Looks like most of the Alaska and the Yukon Northwest Territories, and none of it are fairly clear, with the exception of these areas right in here from British Columbia, and possibly in Northwest Territories as well, with fires creating some plumes. And of course these ones here in northern Alberta definitely are noticeable. And this one here looks like it got stretched out. That's a fire there up north in Ontario. And then of course we see the other fires. Most of that is being blown northward in Quebec, so that fire is somewhere around here, and it's all going north. Hopefully they'll get those fires under control. Looks like the rest of the eastern portions of Canada doing very well. Even down here on the little panhandle of Ontario doing pretty good. We are seeing clearer weather, so we may have some rain in those areas as well, cleaning things up. Looks like the western portions of the states, well, not bad for the most part. I'm thinking that we may have some heat-induced SO2 there, as well as some stuff coming from Mexico, and that is actually curling around the old storm systems and ending up in California. Not that bad though, and it's not so bad in the central regions. Down in Texas is pretty good right now. And moving to the east coast, we do see Florida isn't too bad. We've got parts of Georgia that are okay, and looks like fairly light in North and South Carolina. Virginia, West Virginia is a little heavier. Pennsylvania's got some, Kentucky's got some, and then of course getting into the New York City area, we definitely are seeing some New York, New Jersey, those areas there fairly heavy, and north of that doing pretty well. Let's look at Mexico. We see Popocatépetl has a massive plume. Mexico City is helping a little bit there as well, but that is going out into the Pacific, and we see that there. Let's leave it be. Go further south, and we are seeing some of the volcanoes there in Central America off-gassing into the Pacific. Same thing with Colombia here from Nevado del Ruiz and his buddies. Samancaya still producing quite a bit of SO2, as we can see right in this region. And of course, that is not only affecting the stuff over the Pacific, but also getting into parts of Bolivia, Chile, Argentina, and even Paraguay. So they are feeling the effects, likely, and not bad. Down on the southern end, it's too cold to have SO2 there. White Isle Volcano, New Zealand, not bad right now. Looks like a little heavier from the refinery area there by Melbourne. Maybe some of the stuff from up north here at the coking plants might have drifted down that way too. Moving out though, looking at Tofua, we still see that plume, nothing too serious. Yasur doesn't look like it's quite as heavy today. Gawa and Naoba definitely putting out a lot of stuff there. And Manam is likely causing some of that. And Manam. I'm sorry. I'm trying to control myself, and we'll be okay. That is in Papua New Guinea. Luotalak there doing its thing, and then we see from Semeru fairly heavy plume, not quite so heavy from Marapi, and Manamana. Me. Now you done it. Oh, Sharon Stewart, you got that song stuck in my head. It's okay. Jakarta, a fair amount of SO2 coming from there, but we also have some stuff coming from Krakatau, but it's hard to tell with all that stuff coming from Jakarta, and we'll leave that one be. Currency and who's the other one? Marapi over here doing their thing, and it's Manam and Bagana. Bagana. It sounds like a bagel. Is that a never mind, Sue. Thank you. Cinnabung doing this one, and that sounds like something you eat as well. A Cinnabung. Okay, enough of the funnies. I'd like a Cinnabung with my fresh coffee in the morning. Anyway. Ibu and Dakono over here, they're doing their thing. I'd love to have a Cinnabung. And we see Mayon and Bulusan doing their thing. Both volcanoes are close together. Yes, they are. And then we have, of course, Taal. Taal is also, I got some friends over here in Manila. Of course, that's a lot of SO2 coming out of the Philippines. Going up to Taiwan, we don't see the heavy levels as we did yesterday. And looking at Suwanoshi-jima, it is pluming, but not so heavy either. Sakurajima, on the other hand, definitely a very noticeable heavy and red plume in here, and that is from there. And ASO also producing quite a bit of SO2 in the last little while, and that is what we see there. So pretty awesome. Moving over, getting up to Tokyo, and not seeing quite as heavy of an area from Asama. Doc's hungry. Actually, I am hungry. I really am, Sue. I missed my lunch. I was doing snacks, and I shouldn't have. I should have ate properly. So I have my oven open. I have my pizza pan ready. Pizza's still in the freezer, but as soon as I get to the end of the show here, pizza is going to get fired in, and 20 minutes later I will be munching and that'll be good. Bengal and Cinnabon. Yeah, yeah. Oh boy, I'm getting more hungry now. Don't do that to me. I'm hungry. Anyway, back to the Kamchatka Peninsula. We've already looked at that. Going over to India real quick. Eastern portion's still pretty heavy, but the rest of the area looks like it's a little bit lighter, as well as not bad there in Sri Lanka. Nothing there in Madagascar for right now, but South Africa definitely is still producing quite a bit of SO2 from the gold smelting. And of course, we are seeing the two volcanoes there in Democratic Republic of the Congo, Goma 1 and 2, doing their thing, as well as there's a bunch of coking plants there also. And, well, Eruption, not visible on here right now because of the amounts of SO2 we're getting from Saudi Arabia. These big red plumes and red patches you see are from oil refineries. Not as bad in Iran today, but definitely Iraq. Not sure about Kuwait City and working overtime, but we definitely have some over on the eastern and western sides. That is pretty awesome. Well, not that awesome. It's pollution. It shouldn't be awesome. Looks like a little bit around Cairo now. I don't know if that was partially from Etna or just elevated levels there from those guys. Going south, Greenland north had a 25 C today. Yo, wow, that is awesome. Did you get a suntan going south? That would be nice, and welcome on board. Glad to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. We do see Mount Etna is off-gassing quite a bit of SO2. We are seeing some SO2 coming from Stromboli, but not that much. You can definitely see the plume though. And it looks like a volcano, very, very little from there. So we'll leave that be. We do still see a higher elevation or higher levels there in, looks like from Turkey. And then of course the northern areas here, not sure what's going on. If it's, what is it, Bosnia, Herzegovina, or Slovakia, or Serbia. Hang on, Slovakia is up a little further north. Yeah, the Bosnia, Herzegovina, or Serbia, and that is likely dishing that out. I don't know if Croatia is in on it as well, but they're all affected by what's coming there. And then we see pretty clear in Spain, Portugal, France, lighter levels in northern Germany. Not that bad in Poland either. Chechnya, Austria, those areas all looking pretty good. Denmark is clear, a little bit in Holland, and looks like the northern areas are fairly clear as well. At least Sweden and Norway, and looks like a little bit in Finland coming out of Russia. I'm not sure what's going on over there. And looking at Iceland, yep, no SO2 to report, or very, very minimal. We're not going to worry about it. All right, let's leave that there. We'll get over to our weather map, and we'll get that started, since I am hungry and I have to make food for me. And now let's see some of those warm temperatures. Am I seeing that right? 30 degrees Celsius up there in Alaska. Wow, 30 degrees. That is crazy. I'm getting what? I'm pretty tanned. Yeah, yeah. Looks like the Mackenzie River Valley. That too, up to 31 degrees in some places. So much for permafrost. It's more like get your air conditioner working. And we are seeing those temperatures in Alaska, of course, as well as Yukon, Northwest Territories. None of it not quite that high, but they are still getting up to 18 degrees in some places. And I was trying to see where in Greenland they had a 25 C. I don't see any there, and the top, maybe that was earlier in the day, maybe somewhere in the other places, but yeah, that would be a pretty awesome and warm. Looking at British Columbia, I see it is warming back up, which is really nice. That means we'll likely see some more heat here in Alberta again. It is cold here today. 23 in Vancouver. Over on the Rock, Bob has got, what, 26, 27? Same day, oh, what? Some days ago, Doc. Oh, okay, no worries. And yeah, it's interesting to see the temperature fluctuation. Soyuz coming in at about 28, 29 degrees, going up to Penticton at 25 right now. Kelowna sitting at about 26, so nice in the interior. And then we see that Lethbridge is about 17, Calgary is about 13, and of course Edmonton, it says it's 16 right now. I don't believe them. Looks like we've got warmer air blowing in from the north. That'll be a change. It's usually cold from there. And getting into a swift current, about 17, 18 degrees for Kananaskis country down there. And going over to Winnipeg, Winnipeg has 22 degrees, and Judy M about 20, 21, 22 as well. It looks like northern Ontario still holding that heat wave. We see temperatures up to about 28 degrees, and that is all getting up into the Hudson's Bay, which is really good. I will warm that darn bay up a little bit. Toronto coming in at about 22 degrees. Sudbury sitting at 24, a little bit of a difference. The further north you go, the warmer it gets. 22 in London. Detroit sitting at about 23. Chicago coming in at about 23. Milwaukee about 23. Madison about 28. So big difference between them and just a couple of 100 miles or 100 miles. Not even. Montreal coming in at 24, and we see a 19 there in Quebec City, and looks like about the 21 is the highest temperature I've seen there. Oh, there's a 22 in New Brunswick. Not bad weather for them. Halifax coming in at about 16, and let's see, Sioux might be just a tad warmer. We'll see, 17 degrees. There you go. And up to 21 degrees on the northern side of the island there, Sue. Move north, and looks like PEI getting up to about 22 degrees as well. Looks like Newfoundland, a little bit cooler than the other side there, but 19 for the highest end, and we're seeing about, oh, I don't know, 12 for the lowest end. Even the Avalon Peninsula coming in at anywhere from 17 up on the top here, down to about 12 on the bottom end. So relatively not that bad. And let's see, checking my time. We can do the U.S. real quick. Portland coming in at about 27. Kennewick is probably a good place to take a look. It looks like we got about 31 there, and those places here, Yakima coming in, I think, right around 32. So pretty warm there. Sliding down a little bit more, we see crazy temperatures once we get into California. Redding coming in at, you're going to turn red, that's why they call it Redding. 39 degrees Celsius there for them. Sacramento a little cooler at 29. And we see a bunch of different hotspots in between, and our wonderful paradise for Geo Jane there. She's got about 35 degrees right now. Hope she's doing okay. And Geoplanet Jane, that's the one I'm thinking of. And let's see, San Jose sitting at 22. San Francisco always cooler at 14. And anywhere from about 17 to 24 degrees over on the other side, northern side of the bay. Fresno coming in at 38. Bakersfield sitting at 38 as well. A quick peek at LA. LA coming in at 21, 22 degrees. Not that warm there. I'm surprised. And let's see what our Death Valley brings us today. Death Valley, 44 degrees is what it shows there. I see a 47 in there. So far, that will be the high of today's temperatures that we see anywhere. And 47 is nothing to laugh about. That will cook you very quickly. 41, 42 there in Las Vegas, not good. Mexicali, 43 degrees. We're looking at some of these other temperatures down in the southern portions here. Hopefully your cooling system in your automobile is working. 42 and holy mackerel in Phoenix, and 38 in Tucson. That is a temperature. And we see 33 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And let's see, Oklahoma City a little cooler at 23. Looks like they got some disturbed air there. Corpus Christi is 29, 30 in San Antonio. Houston coming in about 30, 31. Austin sitting at about 30 as well. And Dallas coming in at 31 degrees. Moving over a little bit more. Little Rock, Arkansas, 26. New Orleans, 30. And let's just dip right down here to Miami, 27, 28. Orlando, about 27 degrees. Jacksonville, 26. Atlanta coming in at 23. Looks like Charlotte, North Carolina, 26. Grandma B's house, about 26 as well. Beautiful temperatures. And Baltimore, 26. Virginia Beach, slightly cooler at 24. Philadelphia, 23. New York is 27. And 19 in Boston. Cools right off once you get up there. And it is break time, so we will continue on from Mexico on south after the break, and we'll do our thing. I'm going to put you back on the canned lava, and I'm sure that will switch to the event scene. There it is. Didn't take long to switch. All right, for those good people who did pop in, please do consider hitting that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome. Michael Olson, welcome. World War III here with everyone lighting off fireworks. Oh boy, yep, keep your heads low, keep your fire extinguisher ready, and hose down your roof if you need to. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes, and we will get back to doing the rest of the weather, so temperatures and then precipitation, and then we'll find the coldest temperature. 4th of July drunks. You know, Michael, the nice part is I heard from Peggy. Peggy told me that they celebrate over there with fireworks and dynamite. In Phoenix, Arizona, apparently they do the similar trait of fireworks and dynamite. And apparently here in Canada, because we really strictly regulate everything, we can't have dynamite or fireworks in the city unless you have a license. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to be taking that break. I'll be back. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and don't go away. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Somewhere around here, we have a virtual duck called Quackers. I'm not sure where it is, but that's all cool. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Grandma B and Kananaska's Country and Susie. Welcome, Susie. And let's carry on with what we're doing. And let's pause the lava. Sue Hayes, of course, says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Quack, quack. Something like that. I might have got it right, but I'm not sure. And I was looking at that other comment that Brian made earlier, quoink, that's a duck and a duck and a pig call at the same time, quoink. I don't know if that's going to catch on, but I will leave that be. Anyway, a northern tips here of looks very warm for Mexicali area. We did look at that, 43 degrees. It looks a little cooler than the rest of Mexico, including Mexico City, sitting at anywhere from about 18 to 20, what is it? No, not up to 20, 17, 18, 19 degrees. Acapulco sitting at about 29. Mazatlan up here at 29, and looks like about 27 or 28 there in Cancun, Mexico. Going through Central America, not quite as hot as yesterday. We do see a low circulating here. Not sure if that's going to turn into a storm. Looks like about 28 is the highest we're seeing there. Well, maybe 29 up in the river valley, but in Colombia's 28 looks like as the high temp. We got some 29s over here in Venezuela, and that is not bad, but the jungle temperatures holding steady anywhere from 24 to about 27 degrees in Colombia, as well as there in, well, maybe even a little bit warmer there in Peru. Guayaquil coming in at about 26, 27. Quito, 10. But let's just get away from that. Looking at what we see in Bolivia, top end here at 25, 26 degrees. Bottom end seeing about 19 as the lowest, 18 there as the lower temperatures in the jungle part. But as far as the inland, going up into the mountains, we see down to about minus 4 degrees in some places for the highlands there in Bolivia. Paraguay up in the top end, 24, about the highest. Bottom end here seeing 16 in a couple of spots. So not the best for them. Looking at the other portion of Brazil, of course, the Amazon basin, slightly cooler today at going from about 25 to 27 degrees, depending on where you are, but still pretty normal when you get right down to it. Looking at the area down here where Rio de Janeiro is, they too are having a cold day at 14, 15 degrees, 10 degrees in Sao Paulo. Incredible. And looks like Paysandu is got the Moncas's place there at 18 degrees Celsius. Buenos Aires are coming in at about 17, and the cutoff a little bit further south today. So for the warm temperatures, looks like about minus 3 is the coldest that we're going to see in the Argentinian side, and about minus 6, minus 8 in the elevated places there in Chile, because it's always chilly. Santiago only coming in at about 9 degrees. And moving over to New Zealand, let's have a quick peek there. Christchurch is sitting at about 14 degrees, up to 15 degrees in some places. Beautiful weather on the eastern side, western side, single digits for the most part. not good. Wellington 16 degrees. Hastings coming in at about 15. At Taupo probably about 12 or 11. Yep, 11 degrees. And the Bay of Plenty, 15, 16 degrees, 14 in a couple spots. The eastern end here, 13. Not good. Auckland coming in at about 15, and we are seeing some temperatures up to 16 degrees on the peninsula. So not bad for New Zealand for winter. Could be worse, could be better. 9 in Hobart right now, coastal areas 10, 11, 12 degrees. That is not so good for them either, winter time, and looks like about 11 and 12 degrees there in Melbourne, I guess up on the north side there where Leo's barbecue is 12 degrees. The rest is 11. Anyway, Adelaide coming in about 10, 11, and that's not so good. I'm not seeing any of that blue in here, so they are above freezing. And Canberra coming in. Canberra is 10 degrees. We've got Sydney at 14, and home of Oz coming in about 16, 17 degrees. That's not that bad. And then we get over here to Perth. We see about 13 or 14. Northern end, though, we are still seeing some, 31 degrees for the highest temperatures. And that is Australia for you. Let's take a look. Kermadec Ridge area, anywhere from about 17 to about 22, 23. The further north you go, the warmer the temperatures. And getting out here into places like the American Samoas at 27 degrees, slightly cooler in the Tonga region. 27 on one island of Fiji, about 24, 25 on the other one. New Caledonia still not that warm yet, 21 to about 23 degrees. 27 for the top temperature there in Vanuatu, 23 at the bottom. And looking at some of the places there in Papua New Guinea, we see up to 31, 32 degrees. And that is pretty awesome for them, so they've got some nice temperatures. And eastern Indonesia, kind of the same affair when you get into those areas on the big island. Moving through the other ones, you got to remember it's really early in the morning yet for them, so it's going to take some time to warm up. We do see up to about 29 degrees there on Java, 28 or so there on Sumatra. Singapore coming in at about 28. Bangkok says 29 here, and 31 with what Sue brought up, so we'll get close. I guess not. What? Will it snow there? No snow. Sue, snow is a four-letter word. Let's not use that in here. Frozen dihydrogen monoxide works just fine. Anyway, 32 in Manila. Hong Kong sitting at about 29. Shanghai coming in about 34 today. Wow. And Kagoshima sitting at about 26 there in the southern end of Japan. And looks like they got some really good temperatures up a little further north here at Nagoya. Nagoya? That was for Australia. Yep. And we see 29 in Tokyo. And then moving up, Sapporo on the northern area here, 23, 24 degrees. Not bad for them. Kamchatka Peninsula still showing some very warm temperatures. Things are melting. They got up to 26 degrees. There's a 27 there as well. And that is pretty awesome, so nice to see that. And of course the Siberian area here up to 32 degrees in some places. Wow, I never thought it'd get that warm up there, but it does. So yeah, China's got some good temperatures. India, of course, their rainy season, but very hot. 28 there right now in Delhi. Looking at some of the temperatures in Pakistan, up to 31, 32 degrees. And moving down, looking at Madagascar, they still have that high sitting on top of them, keeping things cold. And the maximum looks like about 23, 24 degrees. The coldest sitting at about 13, I think, down on the bottom end. And when we look at South Africa, we see some horribly cold temperatures of down to about -5. So, yeah, just imagine your alligators wandering around with snow boots on. All right, and never mind. Central regions still quite cold, warming up the further north you go, of course, and we can see that as the color changes. And we are seeing up to 39 degrees. Oh, I seen a 40 in here. Still not as hot as California or Death Valley. So that is about what we see for the Sahara Desert. A little cooler in the UAE, 29 to about 31. And Oman coming in up to about 34 degrees, 35 there in the southeastern portions of Saudi Arabia. Riyadh sitting at 30, Cairo coming in about 25, Baghdad sitting at about 29. And we see some spots over here. I just wanted to check, and Iran, and they're up to 40 degrees in some spots. Looks like we got some heat developing there in Turkey, which is about time. Malatya coming in at, what is it, 21 degrees. Dana coming in at 23. And Piggy's Place coming in about 23 degrees as well. Athens, Greece, sitting at 23. Zooming out, looking over here at looks like a Redanzo on the hills of Mount Etna, sitting at about 14, 15 degrees. And Catania coming in at about 23 as well there. Thanks, Sue, for bringing that up. 15, that is cool. And 22 in Naples, 23, something like that. And 21 in Rome. Moving up, looking at Milano, 21 degrees up there as well. Skipping over to Sardinia, that's all good. Madrid sitting at about 22. Lisbon 17. Aurelio's house about 17 as well. And looking at France, not bad temperatures. We're seeing 14 in Nantes, 15 in Paris. Going up to Germany, Munich is 14, and we got about 13 in Frankfurt, and Cologne coming in at about 15. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 15, 16 degrees. Looks like Luxembourg is somewhere between 11 and 13 degrees. And then looking at Brussels in Belgium, they're 15. And again, they're from about, I don't know, 10 up to about 16 degrees there across Belgium. Amsterdam coming in at 14, Berlin 14, Hamburg 14, and Copenhagen is sitting at 13, Aarhus coming in at 11, Oslo is 11, Stockholm 13, St. Petersburg coming in at 13, 14-ish, and about 15 there in Moscow. Let's have a look at England real quick. And looks like about 14 degrees in London, a little cooler there in Wales. Going up to Leeds, a little cooler up there too at 11. Glasgow coming in at 12, Aberdeen 11. The Highlands down into single digits, of course, in northern portions of Scotland. And Dublin coming in at 11. There we go. And Ennis coming in at about 11 degrees, and therefore our wonderful Irish monk. Sliding up a little bit more, looking at Iceland. Let's see. Well, we've got this low here, and looks like a high over here. Real mess for the weather. And we see about 10 degrees there. And that's what we're seeing in the capital city of Reykjavik. 9, 10. And Sue brought it up, it says 11. But hey, that's close anyway. You know, within a degree or so. And of course, looking at some of the temperatures, we see up to 5 and 6 and 8, even up in the 10 degree range in some places there in Greenland. Yeah, that is actually pretty awesome. And you got to remember, these are nighttime temperatures. Mind you, up there they're getting long days. There's 13 degrees up top there. And that is pretty good, and likely some ice melting. Let's zoom that out a little bit. We're going to go to precipitation, and we'll get that started. Looks like we've got a bunch of different isolated storms there in Alaska. Up here in the Arctic Ocean, we see some storms moving around there. Big low with a lot of stuff above Russia. And then, of course, north of Alaska, a bunch of ice rain. We do see that coming down the Panhandle a little bit and a little bit into the Yukon, but not that much. Some right along the rain coming along the border region between Nunavut and Northwest Territories. And looking at what we've got here in British Columbia, just about dry. They are moving that system out, pushing it into Alberta. We're going to get some more ducky weather here, and we've got that high there. That, of course, once that passes, it's going to warm back up here. It needs to. It's cold here for a summertime, and Saskatchewan northern portions definitely getting nailed, and that is north of Saskatoon basically. And that same system, of course, coming out of the Hudson's Bay area, the low sitting in Manitoba, and that's churning away. We do see some ice rain there in Hudson's Bay. Moving through Ontario, looks pretty darn dry for those guys, and not bad for most of Quebec. A little bit of rain up in the top. And then looking at eastern Canada, yikes. Sue, I hope you got not bad weather right now. Looks like this mess is coming through and doing havoc from the looks of it. And that is also, yeah, it's raining. Okay, I kind of figured. Looking at most of Newfoundland is also affected by that with some heavier rain. But looks like maybe a few little sky sparks a little further to the northeast of you there, Sue. Let's take a look at what we've got. Well, we'll go over to the other side of the country. Actually, let's zoom out here. We're going to look at it as a whole. Not bad in the western states, and not till you get into Utah, and then, of course, Wyoming and Montana have some storms, as well as a little bit in North Dakota. South Dakota definitely got a little strong guy there, and Minnesota, going into whatever the other state is here. Darn it, some of the states just elude me completely. But anyway, that's happening over there. Going to the southern end, we see New Mexico's got a couple little storms, and nothing really too organized. And we are seeing something here along the north of Dallas starting to put itself together and probably head into Oklahoma. We also see some stuff, that same system, into Arkansas, and then a bunch of isolated storms down here in Louisiana, Mississippi area, as well as getting into Alabama and into Georgia. So Atlanta getting some storms right now, and some variable storms there as well in Florida. And that's not good for them, but hey, it is what it is. It could be worse. It could be a huge hurricanes, but right now they're just smaller isolated storms. Looks like Grandma B's okay in her area. A few little showers coming through there, and then we move up a little bit more through the Virginias, West Virginia, that kind of thing. They've got some small stuff there as well. Same thing around the Philadelphia area, and lots of storms in Pennsylvania and New York State. as well as going up here into through New Hampshire, Maine, and those areas. Some isolated storms there as well. So lots of stuff happening. We see a few little storms out here in the Gulf of Mexico as well. And then looking at Mexico itself, they have a lot of water dropping on them right now. Must be rainy season. Central America, yikes. Very, very wet, and no wonder we can't see any of those volcanoes. What happened to Adrian? I don't know what happened to Adrian. That was a question that we were going to ask. Adrian, Adrian, where'd you go? That was Adrian. Anyway, going further down here, we do see in, I guess, Colombia, Venezuela, and Guyana, French Guiana, and northern portions of Brazil. They've got some rain. The rest looks not bad until you get down here past Buenos Aires. So basically pretty dry right now for them, and most of Argentina looks pretty dry. The Chilean coast, though, yeah, it's the Chilean coast. We know what it's like there. It is a time for me to take a break, but I'm going to keep going, and we'll finish the precipitation map and find the cold spot and make our things happen. And because I'm hungry, I need to get my pizza in the oven. Looks like we've got some small rain areas there in the southern island, and a few little patches in the northern island of New Zealand. Nothing too severe. Tasmania looks dry for the most part right now, but the eastern coast of and inland a little bit there in Australia, definitely getting some rain. And even over here on the western tip, they are getting some on the southwestern tip. And looks like it's dry out there for Fiji and Vanuatu and New Caledonia, likely Tonga and those areas as well. As soon as we get over here, though, into Papua New Guinea, more storms. Indonesian area, more storms. And of course, we see Philippines are loaded with them as well, and we know we've got some visibility problems with a lot of the volcanoes in those areas. So that is what's going on. We do see Sumatra has got a fair amount of rain happening. Bay of Bengal definitely getting some as well. Same thing with Bangkok. Moving up and looking at the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea have some storms going there as well for those guys. It is raining in Hong Kong, by the way, and we see a bunch of rain down in the southern end of Japan, and that is because of this system being drawn through there. Moving up a little bit, we do see a little bit more of rain patches, but these aren't storms, they're just rain. Nothing too severe in Japan. And looks like the Coral Islands are maybe getting wet there as well. And at the top end of the Kamchatka Peninsula, I'm surprised it's raining up here where they've got all that high temperature. And let's go over, we do see this storm here, and Russia/Mongolia, and that is definitely doing some damage. Rainy season, as mentioned, for India, and we are seeing they are getting quite a bit of rain in all kinds of places, including Sri Lanka down there. Some rain in Madagascar, most of South Africa pretty dry. Central regions here where the jungles are, and definitely seeing some rain clouds and showers and storms in there. And then of course the Sahara Desert fairly dry, going all the way into Iran, and that is pretty awesome. A few little rain showers there in Turkey. Anything for Piggy? Nope, nothing for Piggy's area. And it looks like Sicily, not bad, a little bit out in the water here as far as the boot of Italy is concerned. Most of Italy is dry until you get up in the top northern regions. So places like Croatia and these other countries are getting drenched, and that is Hungary over there. And what is this one? I can't remember what the name of that country is, but this is Croatia. And the other one is what? This is Bosnia, Herzegovina, I hope. Anyway, that's what we're seeing in that area. Not much there in Spain, and we're seeing a little bit here in France in a couple spots, but nothing severe or organized. Southern Germany, we do see some little storms there. Central areas okay. Once we get back up in the northern areas, we do see all the way from Holland all the way across and getting all the way up. Well, we see a lot of stuff going up into Denmark right now. So they've got some bad weather. And looks like the southern ends of Norway and Sweden and Finland are all getting some kind of yucky weather. It's not till you get up on the top where it gets really dry. Looking at England and those areas, so London right now with some rain, looks like south portion of Wales and England are getting rain there as well. And then southern half of Scotland is getting some rain, getting into northern England. And looks like Ireland itself is pretty dry. Well, up in the top corner here, North Ireland and Ireland are getting a little bit of rain up there, nothing too severe. And looking at Iceland, we do see some rain out here in the north and northeast, and moving in with some snow showers even. So hopefully that is nothing too crazy. And looks like the Davis Strait here has still got some ice rain. Baffin Island and our wonderful Greenland are both getting some of that. Hopefully that is nothing too severe. And let's leave that be, and let's get back at our temperatures. We're going to find the low temp here on the planet. So let's see what we've got. And I'm going to scan around real quick and find what we've got. And I'm already seeing a minus 83 in a couple of spots here. So there's a minus 83, 82, 83, and no. Alright, so a minus 83 so far, and let's see if we can spot something a little colder than a minus 83. And just scanning here, 84, there's a 76, I want 84, I got 83. There's a minus 76, 70, oh, there's a minus 80 right there. But I don't think that's going to be any colder there around that minus 80. No, it looks like that's an isolated minus 80. Let's scan here a little bit more and see if we can find another spot. Minus 83 is my attempt so far. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything down lower. And, no, not good. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that is really cold there. And I think Sue might have me beat, depending on what she pulls out of the magic hat. And there's a minus 81, 82. And let's get it back on there. There was a minus 83. And let's see if we can zoom in there and just see. Oh, I found minus 84. Yay! And there's a minus 84. A minus 84. And that is, I think, about the coldest I'm going to leave it as a minus 84, and Sue got minus 85. Darn it, I got beat again, a first degree beating. I hate those first degree beatings, they hurt. Ah, boy. But it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen, and that's all good. And thank you, Sue, for doing that and finding that cold temp. That is pretty darn cold. And I guess I got a beat again. Anyway, let's leave that be, and it is time to wrap up the stream. Of course, I got to go back to work tomorrow since my holiday today. It was very relaxing, and I'm glad I had a good day. For those good people who are here, I want to say a big thank you to all of you for being a part of our wonderful group. And of course, I want to say a big thanks to our super chatters of today. We didn't have any gift givers, but super chatters, Louise Clark and Grandma B, both thank you very kindly for your wonderful donations there. That is always appreciated. And also want to say a big thank you to Sue Hayes for providing those volcano reports, as well as the other reports from volcanodiscovery.com. Always nice to have those on board. So thank you, Sue. And a big thank you to Arizona Snowman and Piggy and CNB Boy, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you very kindly. And on those notes, I'm going to wrap it up. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. And of course, that ends Monday night's show. We'll see everyone tomorrow again here on VolcanoX. And we'll be trying to start at around that 5 o'clock time, depending on where I am work-wise, of course, and traffic. So anyway, we'll leave it as that. Thanks, everyone, and have yourselves a wonderful night. And please, only one thing left to add. Tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful night. And for those tomorrow, happy 4th of July. And oink, oink.
Quack.